Well, howdy, 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 folks. How is everybody doing on this fine Sunday? I hope the answer is just fucking fantastic. It's been a weird week. I feel like I say that a lot. Maybe my life is just composed of weird weeks at this point. But, yeah, it's just been a lot going on. And I was thinking yesterday, I'm like, oh, we're gonna do a painting stream tomorrow. I'm kind of zonked the hell out. Maybe I should do something else. And then my pre-order, my army painter pre-order came in for Speedpaints, and I was like, well, that's perfect. Because in theory, I don't have to really think much about what I'm doing using Speedpaints. So let's do that. Let's zero our brainwaves out a little bit and try something simple, huh? Oh my, let's see. Welcome in. Roland, you were indeed first. There is Ren Momo. Good to see ya. Data Nerd, of course. How are you? GM Kaylee, hello to you too. Hamburg Tech, thank you so much for saying so. It's been a good weekend. It was kind of a shit week, but it all kind of cleared up by the weekend, and now I'm just recovering and playing catch up. But, you know, could have been worse. Everything worked out in the end. That's what's important. Sumitha, thank you so much for saying so. Oh, Cookie Mama stuck on mobile. Oh man, I'm sorry. That's the mobile Twitch app is kind of garbage. Negative charisma. Thank you so much for saying so. Yeah, you know, it's I don't mean to be the party pooper or anything like that. At least not in this particular case. Sometimes I do mean to be the party pooper. He who poops at parties. But, you know, you get to a certain point with the birthdays. You get past a certain number and you're just like, got another one. Put one more tally on the wall. Someone did get me an Elegoo Mars 3 for my birthday, which is nice. You know, the Mars 1 was pretty much dead. I ran that thing into the damn ground. I think it probably can still work. I'm thinking about just turning it around, putting it up on the buy sell trade page for like $50. 50 to $80, and it'd be like, here, have an Elegoo Mars 1. You might have to invest like 30 to 50 into fixing it, but it still wouldn't be a terrible deal at that point. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. It's kind of a shame to get rid of it when I feel like somebody could probably refurbish. I'm not exactly sure what's going wrong with it at this point. I feel like maybe just a screen replacement would do it. But I mean, I can't think of any reason that it couldn't be refurbished by someone who wanted to. Well, hey, maybe that could work, Ren. I'll let you know. I'll probably put it up on the buy sell trade on the Discord. The sushi was actually really good. So I have this, like, I'm really kind of a boring guy. Like I really kind of am. I go to restaurants. I go to the same restaurants over and over, and I order the same thing over and over. That's just like who I am as a person. And I'm self-conscious about it when I do it, too. Like, I'll go to restaurants with my wife, and she'll be like, oh, I wanted to try this new thing. And I'll be like, I'm gonna order the same damn dish. And I'll make excuses for myself, even though literally no one cares about it but me. So every now and then, I try. I'm like, we've got to try something new. We've got to go someplace new just to broaden our horizons a bit. Because our normal sushi place is pretty good. It's a little bit of a drive. So I found a place a little bit closer. After we did steaks last time for our anniversary, and that was great. And there was a sushi place over near there, so I was like, maybe we'll try that out. I looked up the reviews, apparently it sucked. I was like, So I looked for other sushi places in the region. I found one. We went to it. It was pretty good. That was pretty good. For the price, I really enjoyed it. They looked like they did a really banging, like takeout business. We were some of the only people in there, but people were coming in to pick up bags of sushi pretty regularly, and it's closer to where we live than the other place, so that might become my new joint. I don't know. We're trying to eat at new places for the next little while. There's always a few bad meals mixed in there, and you know, don't go there again. But then you find the really good places, and you know, this is how we get restaurants in the first place. Oh, what's wrong with it? It's so negative charisma. I just reached a point at it where I wasn't doing diagnostics anymore, or troubleshooting. It was printing like 4 millimeters of the print, like it would print the raft, and it would print 4 to 5 millimeters of supports, and then just nothing. And I'm not sure exactly what's going wrong with it because I was never in the room when it failed. And so I was like, it's a Mars 1. It's one of the Mars 1 V1s. Like, I was a really early adopter of the Elegoo Mars, so it has the original motherboard and the firmware isn't being updated anymore. It's a perfectly functional machine, or at least, it was until this latest problem. And like I said, I feel sure that I could fix it, but then I was like, maybe just get a Mars 3? And I was kind of on the fence about that, and then someone got one for me, so I was like, sweet! Toss that out into the shop, set up the Mars 3, get that thing going. It's nice. The Mars 3, I wasn't going to buy a Mars 3. I was going to buy another Mars 2, because it's, I don't feel like the Mars 3 is enough of an upgrade over the Mars 2 necessarily to justify the it probably is for some people, but for what I'm doing, I don't feel like the Mars 3 is enough of an upgrade in the right features to be worth the money to me. The Mars 2 does everything I need and more, but if someone else is footing the bill, I'll take the 3, And it's nice. It prints nice and fast, nice and crisp. I'm still designing all my files with the quality of the screen in the 2 in mind, just because the 3 has the 4K mono, and while it can go a lot crisper with the prints, like, if I'm making stuff for general distribution, I try not to assume that people have the newest equipment on the block, so I try not to push those tolerances too much. I like eating sushi in an empty sushi place. Very Zen Kaylee. I like eating food in an empty restaurant every single damn time. I am so antisocial. I am such an absolute misanthrope. When I go to, like, one of the things I liked about the place that we went for the anniversary and got steaks was that they have those booths with the really high backs. So you sit down in your little booth and it's like the rest of the restaurant doesn't fucking exist. I love that. I don't want to see your damned ugly faces when I'm eating my meal. I want to be in my little zone. And I also, as a result, I tend to go, when we go out to dinner, it's always like weekday, 4 p.m., nobody else is there. It's the best. That or late, one of the two. Last time I wanted to try something new, I ended up eating a cactus. It worked out though, didn't it? Huh? At least you didn't eat it raw. That's something. It was only used by a little old streamer to print armies on Sundays. Wait, what was to Square? The printer? Yeah. Oh, let's see. Let me get caught up here. You like what you like, unless it's disgusting. You don't need to justify it to anyone. Yeah, I know. That's a little self-conscious twinge that I have, I think, left over from my parents, because they used to kind of give me shit for it. But I'm apparently 35, so maybe I should let that go. Who knows? God damn it, I'm 35. I had one of those moments, like I'm 35. Here I am on my Twitch stream. We're gonna paint a space dwarf today. Oh god, am I an adult? I don't know. I just don't know. Always nice to order the usual and have them know what you mean. Oh my god, I miss our Chinese place we had down in San Antonio. It's a little place called Hong Kong Island. And we got to that point where I could go in and just look at the chef behind the counter and just go, same. And he'd bring me out my fucking Mongolian beef just the way I wanted it. God, I hope they're still in business. That was all pre-pandemic last time I was there. Have an extra Cheetah board, but it's a Mars 3, so I don't know if the connections are the same. I couldn't tell you negative charisma. It is, I can tell you that it is the Mars 1 V1. It's the one that they stopped updating the firmware for entirely, so that might give you some ability to investigate. Ren, if you could do that, that would be amazing. If this printer could be somebody's first printer to get into the hobby, like, that would be absolutely phenomenal. I'll sell it to you for like $30 to $50. Excuse me. Yeah, the early bird specials. I like happy hour, too. Our usual sushi place has a sushi happy hour. It's kind of before dinner, and if you go in, it's always like, nigiri's like 25 cents. Like, fucking stack it up. Bring me that yellowtail, motherfucker. I hate socializing, didn't you say you were going to Adepticon next year? In very particular circumstances. And here's the thing, Negative Charisma, and I told this to my mods. I told this to Kursala and to Data Nerd. Like, people who are excited about meeting me at Adepticon next year, you have no idea how dour and deflating and taciturn I really am in person. People might be thinking, like, that Thunderhead, he's a fun guy. We're gonna have a great time. And I'm just gonna be like, it's really loud in here. I'll be in my room. Oh god, everyone smells. It's gonna be terribly depressing. But I'll be there. I'll be there sitting in the corner just kind of glowering at everybody. People are gonna come up to me like, "Hey, Thunderhead," I'll be like, "Could you lower your voice? Just a little bit. Just let's just bring it down. Let's bring it down a little bit, okay? I need to be in bed by 7 p.m. That's a lie. I am a night owl, if nothing else. Likes the blue plate special. Romeo Void, good to see you. Welcome in, Automat Americana. Always a pleasure. Having his midlife crisis on stream. If we keep streaming, give me another 5 years, you'll see another one. If I'm still streaming in 5 years, you're going to get to see me turn 40. That's going to be a depressing sight. It's going to be just awful. On the other hand, it might be really entertaining. I don't know. I can't promise anything either way. Went to a hibachi place, ordered my steak. Well done. Extra pepper. And the chef looked at me and said, "I remember you from last time." I can see that. I don't think that many people order hibachi steak well done. What kind of steak do they serve at a hibachi? I don't think I've been to a hibachi since I lived in Florida. That was like 20 years ago. You 8-bit wombat skella. Oh, that'll be great. That actually sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, okay, so of the people in this stream, other than the ones that I knew before the stream, I think Sumitha's the only one who's met me. So I'll defer to Sumitha's judgment on this. But in fairness, Sumitha, we hung out for like a period of less than 2 hours. You get me past the 5-hour mark and all that battery is just drained, and I'll just be like... Yep. And that's just me. That's the real me. That's when you get down past all the layers, you know, down through the Thunderhead onion, if you will. Oh, is that so desert? I'll stop then. I'll stop making a big deal out of it. The last thing I want to do is make my audience feel self-conscious. Let me squeeze my lemon in my tea here. How you doing, Gimishkar? And yeah, happy early birthday, Desert Owl. I hope you've got something fun planned. Or if not something fun, that at least, like, you know, fun for you. Doesn't have to be a party. Maybe you're just planning on spending the day inside. I can respect that. Oh, I watched this movie. I've watched 2 Japanese movies recently. One of them was, I think just last night we watched this. A movie called Spiral. It's in Japanese, which I think is Uzumaki. And I guess it's based on a manga. It came out in 2000. I understand that the movie was finished before the manga was finished. So the movie just sort of ends at a certain point. Like, there's no resolution at all. It's just really mysterious stuff and people getting obsessed with spirals and dying in weird ways and crazy supernatural action. And then the movie just sort of ends. And, I've heard that. I've heard the manga is really good. I might wind up reading it, because I actually really enjoyed the movie. I was fine with it just sort of ending, because it was really just like a heavy visual, you know, atmospheric kind of film. So I was like, you know, where the hell is this even going anyway? I don't really care that much. Just end it. Everybody dies. It's fine. The spirals kill everyone. But I enjoyed that. But I watched another Japanese movie that came out much more recently, the last couple of years. I want to say it was 2019, maybe? It might have been before that. Yeah, what's the author's name? Yeah, Junji Ito. That's it. I haven't read any of his work. But if the movie was using a lot of the visuals from his manga, I'm curious about it, because a lot of it was really unnerving. But I watched one shot of The Dead, which I had recommended to me on a number of occasions, and I don't want to say anything about the movie, and I don't want you to look the movie up or any of the details about the movie up if you're curious about it at all. The general premise, as you're introduced to the movie, is that there are people filming a zombie movie in an isolated location, and then actual zombies show up. This is the premise. Sort of. It's great. It is great. And I just want to tell you, I read a lot of reviews about it after I watched it, and overwhelmingly the negative reviews were like, this movie's fucking stupid, it's super low budget, nothing makes any sense, I quit a half hour in. So I'm just going to tell you that the movie is cleanly divided into 3 distinct acts. And if you quit 30 minutes into the movie, you miss everything. You miss everything about the movie. The first chunk of the movie you're going to watch and you're going to be thinking, this is one of the dumbest low-budget zombie movies I've ever seen. And I'm just going to say, you have to watch past, I think the precise mark is 37 minutes. 37 minutes into the movie, it just goes doink in a completely different direction, and it's amazing. It is absolutely incredible. I think the second act is a little boring. It's a lot of setup, and then the third act, everything comes together in one of the singularly most entertaining finales of a, there basically is. There is an audible sound effect. I don't know if it's a doink. But the finale is magnificent. The finale is incredible. I love this movie. I've watched it twice since the first time that I saw it earlier this week. And while I would not say that it is better than Shaun of the Dead as far as zombie meta comedy films go, specifically, I would not say that it's better than Shaun of the Dead. But I will say that I had to think about it. I had to really think about whether I would classify it as my favorite over Shaun of the Dead. Ultimately, I decided against it. But I genuinely and earnestly belly laughed quite a lot while watching it. It was... I highly recommend it, and again, I strongly recommend you do not read anything about the movie before you watch it. Read nothing. If what I've just said matters to you at all and you're thinking, oh, that sounds kind of interesting, read nothing. Go find it. One Shot of the Dead is what it's called. It's fantastic. You won't believe me for the first half hour. You will not. You'll be thinking, that son of a bitch, what am I watching? And while it is, I would not put it past me to just utterly troll you with a film recommendation. No, that's not true. I would not do that. I would not do that. When I recommend a movie that I think some people might not like, I'll say, like, yeah, you might not like this, so maybe skip it. But I don't see how you could possibly dislike One Shot of the Dead. Made some corn fritters. Ooh, that sounds good. Sumatha, it's called One Shot of the Dead. It's a benchmark. It's going to be extremely difficult to beat. See, it's like, it is, they're both meta comedy zombie movies. But they're not the same. And when you watch it, you'll see what I mean. Like, I think that they fit into the same genre broadly, but they're also difficult to compare for a few reasons. And, like I said, I wouldn't rank it higher. I think that it belongs maybe on a slightly different genre scale at an equal level. Kursala, if that's what you think, go watch it. If you just are like, oh, the zombie genre is totally played out, you watch it. It's great. Hey, to Square, at no point did I make the claim that Pass-Through was a good movie. I never made that claim. I'm going to tell you right now, though, One Shot of the Dead is funny. It is clever. It is inventive, it is creative, and it is very self-aware. It's not really like, if you're thinking like, oh, it's gonna be zombie horror and it's gonna like, it's gonna creep me out, like, don't. It's not like it. I don't even think people who like zombie movies would like One Shot of the Dead. Like, being a fan of zombie movies helps. It might be One Cut of the Dead? I think it's One Cut of the Dead. Yeah, thank you, Sumitha. I was thinking One Shot. It's, you know, one shot, the single uncut shot, and the phrase one cut, I guess, means the same thing. I think it's probably One Cut of the Dead, and I've been saying it wrong this whole time. I think, like Shaun of the Dead, if you've seen zombie movies, you'll appreciate a lot of what's going on, but there isn't much I can say about it without spoiling it, is the trouble that I'm running into right here. I'm just gonna say, like, if you like don't like zombie movies, watch it anyway. You will probably enjoy it. What did you think of the 300 million people? In human terms, I've killed them all. Oh my god, I can't believe how many people sat there and watched Pass Through with me last night. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for watching that terrible movie with me on my birthday. We're gonna get to the third. We're gonna get to Twisted Pair before too long. Kursala, you'll like it. Kursala, I believe that you will like One Cut of the Dead. You know what? It comes in, I think, just under 90 minutes. It's either just under or just over. It's very, very close to a 90-minute movie. And 90 minutes is my holy grail at this point. It is my perfect benchmark for a film, because 90 minutes is like, if it's bad, I'm only watching it for an hour and a half, and if it feels like it's dragging on in 90 minutes, like, ooh, that's a terrible sign. But if it's good, then it's usually like, oh, it came to an end at a very reasonable place. These days, you gotta work to get me to watch a 2-hour movie. Oh, that's fine then, Gimishka. Yeah, no, if you've seen it, you don't you don't need to put yourself through that again. Hey now, Kursala, Pass Through is definitely a movie. Did you see all the professional companies that were involved in cutting it and editing it and producing it and catering for it and doing makeup? Did you see all the professional company names? Clearly it's a real movie. Oh, not at all. Not at all, Desert Owl. I appreciate the thought. We'll be showing more Neil Breen. You'll get your chance. Oh, it's a square. Oh, boo. Boo. I Am Here Now. I need to find a digital copy of I Am Here Now, because Neil Breen won't sell you I Am Here Now anymore. He won't take your money and send you a DVD like he will with his other films. Double Down and I Am Here Now are the two movies that he's not selling copies of anymore, which I think it's because he considers Fateful Findings and Pass Through to be like the updated versions of those films. Oh, you do, Gimishkar. Oh, you do. Trying out a wet palette for the first time tonight during the stream. Nice, GMK. I'm going to be using one too, because we're doing acrylics tonight. Finish my tea and we'll go ahead and get started. I have a number of models laid out in front of me. I'll show them to you in a minute. I have a couple of battle mechs. I have a tank from Metalcore Collectibles. I have some of my mechs that I've printed. I have at least one actual CGL mech. I have some mechs that other people have printed. I have a model from Maelstrom's Edge, and I have two models from Mantic. And we're going to be trying out speed paints on all of them. I've got a few different things that I want to try, so we're just going to go for it. We're just going to see what happens. Wet palettes are nice. It depends. How necessary a wet palette kind of depends on what climate you're living in, Cookie Mama. I find it absolutely essential for two reasons. One, I live in Colorado and it's very dry. And two, I stream, so I like, you know, I pause a lot. I'll stop with my brush in midair and say a bunch of stupid crap, and like, it's all gonna dry up if I don't have a wet palette to work with. Oh, to Square, you should have said something. I would have sent you some, man. Hell, I'll still send you some if you want. Arkudaki, good to see you. Welcome in. Found some Siberian Sun 3D prints the other day for Nod forces. Which ones? Negative charisma. I saw those. I saw those actually recently. The ones you're talking about. They're awful sculpts. I didn't know that those had gone out when the game released. And I saw some versions of them online, and they're the worst sculpts. Oh my god, they're so bad. They're about as bad as the actual 3D models in the game, which I should be nicer, because that game came out... Was that 2000? Was that before 2000? Was that like 99 that game came out? Mike, the Shiny Mew, good to see you. Welcome in, man. Yeah, please do to Square. Because yeah, I'll sign. I've got so many 3D printed bases lying around, man. Like really, I don't even want to frame it as like I'm gonna be this magnanimous, wonderful person and donate a bunch of stuff. I just, I got too much stuff, man. It's got to go somewhere. Please help me get rid of it. All right, let's get started. What do you say? Oh. Already? Already with this, Mr. Camera? Let's fix you. There we go. Ah, there we go. All better. So this is still sealed. I haven't even opened this yet. We're gonna start from the very beginning here and crack open the Speed Paint starter set. This tonight is gonna probably determine whether or not I want to order the Speed Paint Mega Set. I'm kind of curious about a few things. I posted something in the Blunderstorm about my thoughts on speed paints and this method of like contrast painting and my experience with it before. I'm hoping that these solve the issues that I had with contrast paints, because I wanted to love those and I just didn't. I'm very, very curious. And I'm also curious because some of you may know I've used these in the past, these Dr. P.H. Martin Spectralite acrylics for a very similar painting style. And they're almost exactly the same price by volume as these Army Painter speed paints, and they do a good job and they're well saturated, but man, they dry so glossy that they become kind of a pain to work into your workflow if you want to paint over top of them and not varnish between every step, and I'm so lazy, I don't want to do that. So I moved away from using these Spectralites, but what I'm wondering is, can I tint these speed paints with these Spectralites that I already have and how vibrant they are? Can I mix them, can I blend them, and still get the effect? And have them dry matte, or at least satin? I don't know, we're gonna find out. I'm also curious how these paints blend with one another. Oh, nice. Hang on, let me have a look here real quick. Oh, those are pretty cool. Those are pretty neat. I'm not a huge fan of the helmet. I mean, I am. It more or less goes in line with the original Nod Advanced Combat helmet, but it changes a few things I'm not a huge... I'm not crazy about. It's kind of a neat reimagining of it, though. I can dig it. Who made those? Alright, let me go back here. Whoop, there we go. Smashed? Missing or broken items? Doesn't seem like so far. War paints, brushes, don't need any of that crap. So GM Kaylee, we'll talk a little bit about that. The idea is that they are a paint that, as they say, is a base coat, a shade, and a highlight all in one. So what you do is you take a model and you prime it so that it's white or with a zenithal, and you slather the color on and you let it set, and boom, you're done painting. Because it pools and dries just right. Oh, they sent a little brush. Well, we'll use that. Why the hell not? I'm not like a big fan of Army Painter brushes, but I'll use it for these. And let's see what we got here. We got hardened leather. Ooh, they come with agitators in the bottles. That's nice. And what's much nicer than contrast paints, they come in dropper bottles, for God's sake. I hate those paint pots so damn much. On Etsy, huh? Let's have a look at this real quick. That's pretty cool. Sovereign Prince is this guy's name. Well, he did a good job painting up a couple, too. Wait, is that a paint job, or is that looks like a digital paint job that he did on that mini? Because it's in precisely the same position. Huh, well, that's kind of neat. Okay. Well, cool. Thank you for sharing that with me. And hello to you also, Lunchbox and Punexpected. Welcome in. Not sure if that guy just has a license to sell them or actually made them. I'm still working on my own Brotherhood troops. Like I said, it's a cool take on the Brotherhood of Nod Trooper, but it also changes some of my favorite details about their helmet. Maybe that makes him more legally protected from Electronic Arts, but something tells me EA isn't monitoring 3D prints. So we got hardened leather, which is like a dark brown. We got pallid bone, obviously that's kind of an off-white. Hive Dweller purple, sort of a dark purple. Gravelord gray. I mean, these all are self-explanatory, and of course with stupid names, as is tradition. Crusader skin. This is just the starter set, by the way. Apparently there's a lot more in the mega set. Zealot yellow. This is one I'm really curious about. I'm really curious to try. Yellow is a weird one for this style of painting. Lunchbox, thank you so much for that resub. By the way, man, awesome to have you here. Thank you so much for the support. We got blood red. We got orc skin. We've got High Lord blue. And then we have Fire Giant orange, which I'm looking to try out on my Forge Fathers. I'm going for kind of like a Kubota orange with those, I think. Oh, we're going to be trying some oils in tandem with these, Punexpected. Just you wait. That's the theory, anyway. So that's our starter set. We're going to give these a try. Impure. Shun the non-believers. Shun. And why the hell not? We'll use this brush. So I have a... Let me set these back here because I'm going to be trying each of them out in turn. I have a number of models here in front of me, most of them 6mm, a few of them 28mm. And we're just going to try out a whole series of these today. Now, what I need to do, so, you know, you can do these paints in a number of different ways. I think generally speaking, the most base level way to do it is just prime white and slather them on. I think they work better with a zenithal highlight, which is what I've done here. And I'm going to go one step further with this, because this is what I used to do when I was doing this painting method using the Spectralites. And I'm going to give them a dry brush of white over the sort of light gray zenithal that I did. And, you know, I think that there's a trick here to discovering exactly the right level of prime job. Oh, you're all jammed up, aren't you? down a little bit of this. Trying to use up my Reaper pure white here. Let that thicken slightly. We're going to go ahead and dry brush this on over our zenithal. Quick read, really good feel for Junji Ito, the enigma of Amagata Fault. Again, I've heard good things about Junji Ito. I don't think I've read anything else that... You know, it reminded me... Not so much in the content, but in the tone. It reminded me of... Do you remember that anime from... Like, it was from, like, 1998 called Serial Experiments Lane? Did anybody else watch that? Because it was real weird and dark, and the tone reminded me a lot. Oh, I'm down for horror. Oh, I am. I enjoy me some horror. I could sympathize with that, Shock. It was not... I'm a weirdo, and I like slow, atmospheric things like that. So I did ultimately enjoy Serial Experiments Lane, but it's one where if someone were to go, this is boring, I don't want to watch it, I'd go, then stop, because you're not going to get anything more out of it, probably. If you're compelled by it, keep watching. If you're not, don't. Is that considered a classic? I don't know. I don't know what anime folk consider to be classics anymore. I just like the ones that I like. Hey, Skull Fairy, good to see you. How you doing? Alright, just gonna do a little bit of white dry brushing. Pick up some high points here. Now, the whole point of this painting method is you don't have to be particularly precise. And this, I'm taking this a step further. If you wanted to use these speed paints in theory, all you really need to do is prime white. Or what Goobertown did for his video, he primed black and then did this dry brushing method white. I'm only adding one step to that in the form of the zenithal highlight via airbrush. But if you don't have an airbrush, if you're using a rattle can, then just priming white or priming black and then doing a quick dry brush will get you where you need to go. I don't want to overdo it, because the contrast and the dark areas are what's going to give you your effect. I guess I could zoom in some, couldn't I? I enjoyed Serial Experiments Lane, to the point where I would go back and rewatch it again. But as I said, I would not blame anyone for just finding it boring and confusing, because it is definitely confusing. But the tone of it reminded me, like, I thought about Serial Experiments Lane a lot while I was watching Spiral, Uzumaki. And these are just like 3D prints I've had sitting on my desk that I've meant to get around to maybe trying a paint job on for a while, so I don't really care how they turn out. These are mostly experimental. This is the Griffin with the open cockpit, where you can see the little pilot's nook and control panel and everything in there. Right, and I'm just going to do all these. This is one of Ion Raptor's pretty awesome Rakshasas that I don't think this one's available anymore. I mean, I don't think any of Ion Raptor's stuff is available anymore right now, outside of some particular ones. Now and then, here and there. Ooh, wait. Why do I know that? Why do I know that? I don't feel like I've seen that, but I feel like I've heard of it. The name seems really familiar. Painting a half-eaten burrito, right? A little pin-up on the inside of the cockpit. I'm really just not worrying too much about where anything goes as long as I get a couple of decent highlights to work with. This is a blackjack that I got from Metalcore Collectibles. He sent it to me a while ago and haven't really done anything with it. I think I'll try out the Fire Slayer orange on it. Why can't I think of the name of that unit now? They're Americ-aligned units. The Regulan Hussars, that's who I'm thinking of. They've got an orange paint scheme in Battletech. I don't know that they particularly use blackjacks. I think they're mostly like trebuchets. What's the other one? I know they're famous for using trebuchets and something else, and I can't think of what the other one is. Well, if it's Merrick, it's probably like an Awesome or an Orion or something. Way of the House Husband. I feel like that one has been recommended to me by Netflix, and I haven't watched it. I have Sphere. I hast. Indeed. How you doing? You like these paints when you stop with oils? Fuck no, Manro. I like oils. Oils are now going to be my go-to if I'm painting like a bust or a character where I really want to do some advanced techniques. I'm absolutely going for oils. They all have strengths, but that's not what I'm trying to do right now. Right now, what I need are a couple of larger forces painted quickly. And speed paints seem like the way to do that. Now, what I'm curious about is if there are ways to combine speed paints and oils. I specifically want to try the metallic oils with speed paints, and then I want to try glazing some oils on top of finished speed paint jobs to see what we can get. This is one of the marathon tanks from Metalcore Collectibles here. Yep, oil washes over speed paints. Who knows, pun expected. Oil washes by themselves don't always yield exactly what I want. And the weakness of using oils is you do have to wait for them to dry, of course. Been working on Infinity Minis myself. Nice. How's that going? Trebuchets, Orions, Awesomes, Goliaths, Ostroks, yeah. Hey, what's up, K-Sauce? How you doing? Watched a video about Zenithal priming on YouTube. Found... hold up. Let me catch up there. Found it both informative but also relevant because he was using an automotive rattle can primer. I mean, you can do it with any primer. Any primer you want, Mike. Why use something meant for metal on a plastic mini? So, I actually, on 3D prints, I use automotive primer. There are two types of automotive primer that I have used on minis. Number one, automotive primer that is self-etching, like a metal primer, can be pretty good for metal minis, depending on what kind of preparation you're doing. And second, automotive filler primer, I like quite a lot for things that are printed in FDM. Because as long as the detail is designed properly, you can use that to actually fill in a lot of your print lines. Basically everything that I do in FDM terrain, I use filler primer on, and it's amazing. Remember, Mike, if it's stupid but works, it isn't stupid. How you doing, Forgot It Wrong? Good to see ya. And happy birthday to you also, Forgot It Wrong. Yours would have been yesterday too, if I'm not mistaken. Which I'm not, because we've actually talked about it. Making some pad thai? Fuck yeah. Sandable Automotive Filler Primer is a godsend. Yeah, that's my go-to for FDM prints. I blast the hell out of it with that. It was a struggle at first, but I think I'm finding my gear. I'm glad to hear it, Severe. That's what you need. You just gotta find that... You gotta find the flow, you know? New to the hobby, so what would I know? Well, no, there's nothing wrong with applying some common sense. And I would say also, Mike, like, don't do away with your common sense entirely. Because there are a lot of tips out there for painters that are just straight fucking nonsense. So keep questioning it, but, you know, trust results. That's what I say. Trust results. Bitter brush. Bitter brush. Look at this guy. Coming in, just hanging dong, swinging them numbers around, raiding my channel like he owns the place, Bitter Brush. How are you doing today, my friend? It's good to see. How was your stream? Yeah, man, it's been a little while, man. I've had some busy weeks recently. Tell you what. How was your stream? What were you working on? I didn't get a chance to stop in earlier. Are those Battletech, Vincent? They are. Now I have one of the official sculpts here. This is one of the new Catapult from Catalyst Game Labs. This is the Blackjack that is 3D printed from the MechWarrior Online version. And then I have a number here that are my own designs, which are based on the original Unseen ones. From, Cha-Cha-Cha-Cha, what's it called? What's the show called? Fang of the Sun Dugrum. Oh my god, how could I forget such a thing? Oh, I'm so ashamed. I'm so ashamed. Oh my god, help, help, I'm being repressed. Girl painting, how you doing? It's been a little while. Hadn't streamed in 3 weeks, back to work on my Death Guard commission again after Adepticon. How was Adepticon? I hope you had fun. By the way, I know I'm asking you questions. Don't feel obligated to stick around, man. You were just streaming? You probably need some time to yourself. Please feel free to go take it. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for bringing your people in. Welcome in, Bitterbrush viewers. We're playing with some of these new Army Painter speed paints today, so that's what I'm getting ready for. Holy moly, thank you so much for the follow, Treasury Dealer. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. We're not just working on Battletech. We're not just working on Battletech. I also got a few of these Mantic figures I'm going to be trying them out on. These are the Forge Fathers from their Warpath range. Which, you know, you might be familiar with the recent announcement from Games Workshop that they're bringing the squats back in the form of the new League of Yumaflamaflam, or whatever they're called. Well, I'm just saying, Mantic's been doing it for a while. I'm curious to see what the aesthetics on the new squats are for Games Workshop, because I've come to quite like the aesthetics for these Forge Fathers. I like how they have, like, steel beards built into their helmets, you know? If I had to choose a national animal for my channel, what would it be? It's a good question. What represents us, really, as a group? Skunk is no. Very specifically not a skunk, and not for the most obvious reasons, but for very personal reasons that Shock is aware of and is trolling me with right now. Thank you so much for that, Shock. I really appreciate it. Your input is always so welcome. I can't, like, I want to say Rhino, but Dr. Rhino is Dr. Rhino, and thus that is associated with him. I can't do that. A Thunderbird. That's kind of like a mythical animal, though. Is that permitted? Are we allowed to choose mythical figures? Or, cryptids? I think Thunderbirds are cryptids, aren't they? Because people every now and then claim to see them when they're feeling bored and are totally full of shit. Zapdos. Yeah, Zapdos is a sort of a Thunderbird, to be fair. Bison. I kind of like bison just because we're Colorado-based. I am like living out where the bison would roam, had we not, you know, killed them all. Yes. Yeah, Quetzalcoatl, though, that's like a god. You know? They're not all dead. No, okay, obviously there's still bison. I ate one just the other day. But, you know, we took what were their vast natural grazing grounds and turned them into farmland. We did do that. We did a number on them. How about that? We might not have killed them all, but we did a number. Kiwi bird. Are kiwis? Kiwis aren't extinct. Why would I think that they were extinct? I don't think that they are, but that's the first thing that popped into my head. Am I just thinking of dodos? Because that's not the same thing. I'm terribly ignorant. Is the other camera supposed to be yellow? Yeah, this is my wet palette. We haven't used it yet. But for me, it was Tuesday. Could our spirit animal be Raul Julia? Is that permitted? I mean, he is an animal of sorts. He is a hairless ape like many of us. Since the good animal's already taken, I can choose from the following list: roach, field mouse, pigeon, rat, slug. Rat. Rat. Definitely rat. If those are my choices, I'm going rat. Rats are smart, yo. They're smart, they're creative. They're tenacious. They're survivors. That and my favorite faction for the various Mantic Warpath games are the Space Rat Folk, the Veer Min. I have a thing for rat folk. I don't know why. I really can't explain it. Sadly, Raul Julia is also extinct. Oh, no. Technically true, but it still hurts terribly. Alright, one more, then we're going to start laying down some speed paints. Slug rat. Ooh. How about a sea scorpion? I mean, I like scorpions. I think I only like scorpions because I am like a Brotherhood of Nod kitty. What about square pig? Specially bred to be easily stored. I don't know that this defines us, though. Hey, what's up, Steel Warrior? How you doing? Well, it was yesterday, technically. birthday was yesterday. Vincent, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How far are we off? How far are we off? 18? 18 follows. We're going to be doing our 2,000 follower celebration giveaway. We're going to have a bunch of specially made Thunderhead Studio dice, which I'm really excited to give out. And we're going to be giving away our Vaders, which if you haven't seen them, we've been recently oil painting some Vaders for Star Wars Legion. And for that stream, for the 2,000 follower stream, we're gonna go ahead and paint up this limited edition Star Wars Celebration Vader using the lessons learned on previous ones, and we'll be giving away these 2 Vaders that we have painted in oil, which I think came out pretty damn good. We learned some lessons. We started with this one. I think this one's a little bit better, but we'll be giving these both out. Oh, I always ignore Sumitha. I mean, oh, Sumitha, I didn't see what you said. Oh no, oh my god. What, I really didn't. What did he say? I don't think slugs would survive the amount of salt on the hobby. Captain Spasmo. I like the cut of your jib. That's some good shit. Sumitha says honey badger. I'm okay with it. Honey badgers are pretty badass. Oh no, what's happening? Oh no. Oh my god. Oh, this is unexpected. This is unexpected and terrible. Oh my god, Steel Warrior Studios, what are you doing? Nivik Eats Paint, Ingress, Nij82, Drippins, GM Kaylee, Watch Captain, Always MP, Sphere, Jarrett's, Terrain Minis, and Cold Steel, 3025, all getting those gift subs. Steel Warrior, you absolute fucking madman. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you for the support, thank you for the gift subs, and I hope folks enjoy not having to watch commercials, because as always, that is the greatest benefit. That is the greatest benefit of having a sub. It'll just keep those notifications going for a while, huh? Thank you, man. I really do appreciate it. I was saying earlier, you get less excited about birthdays the longer they go on. The numbers keep running up, and you're just like, oh, here comes another one. Should have a t-shirt, like, oh, I got older, but at least I got gift subs. Fucking nobody will know what it means. Nobody at all. Oh my god. Hamburg Tack. Not to be outdone. Hitting us with 10 more. Oh my god, who's getting subs now? Whoo-wee. Webby76, Dragon Printer, Buzzkill 1986, Frozen Hobbit, Grim Nation Hobbies, oh he'll appreciate that. Dragon01, Crimson, liking you, No Fox to Give, Robosh76, and the Red Smurf. Are they Smurfs if they're red? Is there such a thing as a red Smurf? Was that ever in the show? I think if they're red, you just call them Snorks. Sub Wars. I'm not going to encourage this. I'm not going to. Hamburg, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for all of your support, Hamburg. You're the fucking man. And all these subs, you guys do so much to keep this stream going. To keep it making sense for me to be here 3 times a week, trying desperately to keep up my painting momentum. Thank you so much. Rinse my dry brush here. Snorks are yellow. Aren't they like pink? I don't know, I never watched Snorks. Oh my god, now Romeo Void. Going to Rifcan, Rubik's Cube, B Proxy, Invero, Rue, and also to Cerberus Cull. I like Cerberus Cull, he's a good dude. Cerberus Cull's good, people. Romeo Void, thank you so much for your support as well. Honestly, you guys. You make it such a pleasure to be here, and then you give me money. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I'm just gonna go with thank you. That's a classic, isn't that? That's tried and true. I'll tell you what. All Steel Warrior Studios getting one out to Data Nerd as well. Holy moly. Mike still dodged the sub. Oh. With all those being thrown around, you had to try pretty hard not to get one at this point, man. I'll tell you what, let's start off with Steel Warrior Studios. Steel Warrior, what color should this Rakshasa be? Just one primary color. Okay. Why do I ask? Why do I do this? I don't have a hot Barbie pink. I'll do purple if you want me to do purple. I'm working with the speed paint starter set, for God's sake, man. We're just gonna do purple. We're gonna do purple. We're testing paints out, for God's sake. Don't give him any ideas, Spasmo. Yeah, see, purple is fine. Purple is fine, that's what we're doing. Let's try out a first speed paint here. Make sure it's good and mixed. Steel Warrior taking the bait. Taking the bait and making sure that Mike the Shiny Mew gets his. Mix pink. You know what? Well, I will try to mix a pink on one of these other ones. We'll mix a pink. I'm going to try out purple on this one, though. I'm starting with the basics. Get this out of the way. Honestly, you guys, thank you so much. You don't have to do you don't have to. You never have to subscribe to the channel. You never have to give gift subs. I really, really appreciate it, though. It makes the channel more and more viable. So I'm not gonna thin this or anything. I'm putting it on the wet palette, and we're gonna go just straight to the business. We're gonna put this right on the mini, and we're gonna see what it does. How about that? National animals, now the rats. How will your coat of arms look like? Colors, shapes, symbols. I want a rat rampant. Like this. You know? I want a rat rampant, and then I want it divided. What's the phrase for when the field is divided with a slash diagonally? So the rat rampant is in the upper part, and then on the lower part is cheese. Apparently it's sub o'clock. It's just gonna keep going. This is a pretty dark purple. We'll see how it dries. I want to thin it. I'm going to put a little bit of water in it. Just sort of instinctively, and we'll see how it goes. I'm just going to slather it on. This goes against everything in my instincts. Every part of me is screaming out, don't just slather on the one color, but that's how this works. It's how it works. And I'm just using the free brush that they gave me in the box. Wheeler Salem, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing today, man? Diagonal halved coat of arms. Bastard divider in between colors. Primary color, a nice rich purple. Secondary color, a golden yellow. That or blue. Maybe like a nice cyan. I did an awful job priming this. Let's just slather the paint and see what happens. I want to thin it. I feel like it's still thick. I'm going to thin it some. And this isn't the brightest prime job. This might actually really want just pure white primer. I thought I was being clever by darkening it some, but it might bite me in my ass. We'll see. We're also going to try this on some more organic shapes, because kind of the curiosity here is to find out how well it works on hard surfaces versus more organic stuff like fantasy figures. Not your brush, not your paint. Oh, there you go. I'm going to blame Army Painter. I'll be like, you did this. But this model's just been sitting on my desk for the last while, so any paint on it at all is an improvement, and if we're learning something, then it can't be too bad. I think it may just want a white primer. I might have gone overboard with darkening it. The purple's pretty dark, though. We'll have to try the other brighter colors and see how they do. I blew on it, Kursala. I'm probably painting down a little bit of dust here, but, you know, I also don't care, so. This is the first tester. We've got other testers to go. I want to see how it does on all of them. I'll leave that and try another color. You're not supposed to need to hold back with this. You just kind of slather it on. So that's just what I'm going to do. And I figure we'll refine as we try it more. It's drying very, very dark on this, though. Not too bad. It's definitely leaving some highlights. It's a bit more involved than just a flat purple base coat. People were saying it took... Somebody was saying they were using speed paints and it took like a week to dry or something stupid like that. This is drying already. I wonder if they just got a bad batch. Maybe they live someplace really humid. I don't know. If anything, I'm kind of thinking about putting some flow aid in this or some drying retarder to keep it workable for longer. You definitely don't want to be afraid of having a white primer coat, because I think some of the best color that's coming through is like right here on this leg. And that was nearly white. Purple looks a lot less red than the contrast Magos purple. I haven't used that one yet. Small exhibition of Gundams in the Dubai Mall. Not really a fan of them, but should Battletech be more popular? I barely see any around. So Battletech has an interesting history. Battletech is a cursed property, much like Swamp Thing, in that it should be much more popular than it is. But it has been mishandled at almost every single stage of its existence for like 30 years. It has been mismarketed, it has been lost in legal troubles, it has been just left to sit on the IP shelf in some cases. It has been held by companies that then engaged in, like, straight-up embezzlement instead of releasing product. It has gone through the gamut of problems, and at this point it's amazing that it exists at all, kind of. Alright, we're gonna let that dry and see how that does. I'm really curious how it does on these flat surfaces, because these contrast paints don't always work the best. on flat surface and hard surface modeled stuff. I might try a little bit of Flow Aid, because that's got a drying retarder in it. I don't know. We'll see. Cookie Mama hitting that sub, that kind of day. My birthday, I'm in the big screen, and the sub goes off. Good things come in threes, don't they, Cookie Mama? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the subscription. Yeah, this is one of, this is Ion Raptor's Rakshasa. That purple is real dark. We'll see how it dries. I'll let it sit. Alright, let's do something different. Let's try another color. I'm going to try some of this Fire Giant Orange. I'm going to give this a good mix this time. I'm going to give it just a drop of Flow Aid. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to add things to it. That's not the point. The point is I'm trying to see how it is right out of the bottle. I got to stop myself. If I continue using it, maybe I'll add Flow Aid depending on how it goes. But right now, we're just slathering orange down. Now, this is more interesting. Already, this is more interesting. I don't know, for whatever reason the purple was just a little thicker, seems like. This is flowing better. And that's actually a really nice orange color that it's got. Look at that. Oh, you missed it, Vergata. That's how I started the stream. I did precisely that. I did a Zenithal Prime, and then I did a quick Zenithal Dry Brush. I'm gonna adapt that, because I think there's a happy medium somewhere in there. I think maybe I didn't mix the purple enough. I'm gonna give it a more thorough mix and try it on something else. Now the theory here, as GM Kaylee asked, the theory here is that you can just do this step I'm doing now, where you apply the speed paints, and literally nothing else. And just call the mini done at that point. You can see how it sort of adjusts to the base coat and provides its own shading and highlights based on what's underneath it. The orange is pretty nice. This is kind of a tricky color a lot of the time if you're working it up on your own, but this, over the white and the Zenithal, is going down pretty nice. Oh, I didn't mean to do the cockpit. Oh well. It doesn't matter. Can always fix the details later. Captain Spasmo, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How are you doing on this fine day? Yeah, fix it in post. Are these flat finished base coats? Lol Canoe, you're talking about the white? That's just primer. And this speed paint going down, in theory, dries fairly matte. And that's kind of a curiosity I've had, too. Because I've had contrast paints that dry kind of gloss or satin, and I'm not into it. That's not bad. For a single application of paint, that's not bad. Let's let that dry and see how we like it. Matte versus satin. Yeah, satin, you know, generally what you're talking about with a finished... Well, a finish is somewhere on the spectrum between matte and gloss, and kind of halfway in there you find satin. The foot still has some white on it, does it? Oh yeah, a little bit, huh? Well, let's touch that up. Swoop. There we go. Yeah, I'll just finish that. It's nice and orange. Orange is a tricky color. I'm curious what the yellow's gonna look like. Alright, let's set him aside and let him dry. I'm gonna try some of the High Lord Blue. Yeah, so far these already look better than the contrast paints to me. They're much more saturated. I'll be curious to see what happens when I get to the red. Because the red always comes out pretty desaturated and pink. That was my big problem with the contrast paints, is they're not very saturated to start with. Their pigmentation's pretty weak. So when you put them over white, everything winds up desaturated and white. Alright, we got some High Lord Blue here. Let's try this on my Shadowhawk here. And see how it comes out. Woo, damn, that's rich. Okay. I'm just gonna do the whole thing. We'll fool around with doing combinations and stuff later. In this case, I just want to see what it looks like over the details. You know, Mr. Altair, I have to agree with a 3D printer. There are very few games that are as 3D printable as BattleTech is at this point. There's a huge community for 3D printing BattleTech specifically. Now, I think if you wanted to do multiple colors on the same model, starting with the deep areas, just using the usual philosophy of work from inside out would be the best way to apply these paints. Yeah, if you're looking to buy into BattleTech, the Game of Armored Combat box is absolutely the place to start. There are lots of really good minis available from Catalyst Game Labs now. They are of a high quality. I do recommend them, and then there are many, many more that you can 3D print. I mean, the blue is showing promise so far. This is a surprisingly vibrant blue for what we're doing here. Why am I not using? Why am I pinching this with my fingers like a total goon? And I have this that lets me hold it much more comfortably. I may be a bit biased towards 3D printers. It's just possible. I would say definitely if you're painting something organic with a lot of texture, these are going to work fantastically. The bot isn't doing sounds? I would swear I just checked the bot, too. Where was the attempt? Hang on. Doesn't seem like it's recognizing that at all. It's been doing shoutouts. Why isn't it doing that? It's just always something with this damn bot, isn't it? Get the last problem fixed, and then here we are having a fresh new one. I'm going to disconnect it. I'm going to reconnect it. Let's see if that fixes it. Well, yeah, but like it wasn't having a problem with sounds before. It was having API errors with the lookups for the shoutouts. So this is like a brand new sort of fuckery. There's definitely a little bit of practice involved with this. I'd imagine learning where to let it pool and where not. We'll just take a few applications. Try it over a few different base coats. But it's much more vibrant. It's much more vibrant than any of the Games Workshop contrast line I've used. Been to the Air Force Academy down in the Springs, not for a long time. Not for a good long time, I haven't. Stargate Command over at Cheyenne Mountain. How you doing, Sentient Pickle? It's good to see you, man.
You know, I suppose
there
you
it
could
goes.
Just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
It's true. We're not. Well, the blue seems to be going down beautifully. I should really do the cockpit glass before I do this part. In fact, I'm going to stop myself. I'll throw down a few other colors before I call this guy finished. But I want to see how the blue dries and how it looks. Keep reminding myself that I'm really just doing color tests here. In fact, you know what? I am just doing color tests here. Fuck it. Slather, slather, slather. That's what we're doing. I want to see how it does on the detail. We'll get fancy with something else. It's called speed paint, right? So let's not be careful at all. I just reminded myself that, like, this model is effectively free. I modeled it. I printed it. I have 3 more of them on my shelf. Why am I being careful? I can make as many as I want. That is the joy of 3D printing. That is what it means to be an Ultraman. It's a nice, vibrant blue. If you were going for a Steiner paint scheme, and you wanted to use this for your blue, I think this would be more than adequate. If you did this, and then if you really felt like doing like a dry brush or something over top of it, or I feel like maybe, and I'm going to try this on some models later, is skipping the zenithal and just doing the white over black? Just to push that contrast, because contrast in your base coat is only going to help with these. Where to get the file for the Rakshasas? So that is not distributed anymore. That is a file that was made by Ion Raptor before he pulled all his stuff. I do have it though, so you know, drop me a line. Yeah, I think that's probably the better move, actually. Ask Ion Raptor nicely, and he'll probably send you the file. I just thought about that. I'm like, I have it, but I'm like, I probably, since he pulled all his stuff, I don't want to go distributing it after he pulled all of it from the internet, you know? But if you ask, I'm sure he wouldn't mind. Well, there's our basic blue. And you can see it definitely, like right here on the shoulder, it's sort of pooled towards the bottom, and it gives you that nice shadow going up towards the top. I'm gonna have to try it over some just pure white and see what it looks like. Let's try out the red. There's Battlemaster. Half speed paints, half overlays. I'm willing to try them together. I'm going to say right now, having only done a few of these, I like these more than Games Workshop contrasts. The pigmentation in these is much stronger than Games Workshop contrast, and I think that works to its favor. That was the big problem that I had with GW contrast, is the low pigmentation meant that you put it down over white, and what you were left with was just sort of a desaturated mess. You never really got any vibrancy out of it, which is, you know, okay for what it's intended for, but these guys seem to have nailed it. Let's try some of this blood red. This wet palette seems to be not right. There's no moisture coming through the parchment paper. Is there a specific kind I need? Just grabbed a roll from the baking section at Walmart. So you don't really want... You want the paper to be saturated. You don't want moisture coming through it necessarily. The moisture is going to leach, sort of like through capillary action, will pull through the paper into the paint. But you don't want like drops of water on top of it. As long as the wax paper is saturated and sticking down to the sponge. It takes some practice to get just the right amount. How do the speed paints taste? I will not be finding out. Though I can appreciate your curiosity. Wow, the blood red really is a deep blood red, isn't it? Look at that. Oof. Alright, well I'm just gonna load this brush up and we're gonna get to slathering. Let's assume that this is a Kharitan Battlemaster here. I'm going much heavier this time. I really loaded my brush up. I'm not pulling any punches. It's a very deep red. Probably works to its favor. We'll see how it looks when it dries. I can definitely see myself using this for army painting. Oh, what do you know? It's the name of the brand. For doing base coats. Like, even if you want to do something more complex, this would be a great place to start.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha because he likes to slide it to the left and then slide it to the right and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
How dare you? Have any reactivation or bleeding issues with subsequent layers or a clear coat. Now, Goobertown did a little bit with that, and he was noting that if you use the medium that comes in the Mega Set, the Speed Paint medium, you can reactivate it, but it seemed less likely to reactivate with just water, which is interesting. I wonder what is in the actual medium. Has a little bit of a chemically smell to it. Being a little bit more careful on this guy. I'm gonna try using some other colors in some of these spots. The purple is a very, very dark purple. This one in particular is a very dark purple, and I'm wondering if there's a brighter purple in the Mega Set. I would imagine that there is. Or if maybe I didn't mix it enough, or if I need to thin it some. Like, there's going to be a lot of trial and error with this, I feel like. But the basic premise seems very sound. Yeah, the flow is actually pretty nice, and I wonder, because this is a... Damn, as it dries, it looks better and better. This is going down over Stynel Res Primer. And I kind of wonder what it would look like if you put it down over something a little more satin, less matte. But it's drying into a nice matte. Like, look at the legs. Look where it's already drying on the legs. This looks fucking fantastic. Look at that. Whew. Yeah, this is significantly better than any experiences I had with GW contrast paints. This is very interesting. What mini is that? So this is one that I sculpted, actually. This is the Unseen Battlemaster from Battletech, or also known as the Bigfoot from Fang of the Sun Dugram. If you're interested in this mini for Battletech, by the way, you can find this on my Thingiverse. It is a free file, and you should be able to find some links to that down there below chat. let me try something here. I haven't done the arm yet, but I also don't care. I want to try something on the cockpit. How you doing, Saber TS? How's stuff, man? Looks almost like you edge highlighted. Yeah, like it's surprisingly good looking. I have not had this good an experience with any of the reds from Games Workshop contrast line. And this is a single coat of paint that I'm putting down here. This is, interesting. Let's do some blue. You kind of don't want to... I'm gathering that you don't want to put it down too thin. You really want to slather it on pretty thick and then let it do the work of settling and pooling. Exercise some control over where it goes, but it's almost like if you exercise too much control, you can kind of spoil the effect. I'll let that do its thing. And while we're at it, why don't we also put out a little bit of our Gravelord Gray and see how that goes. The orange, let's have a look at the orange now that it's had a chance to dry a little bit, and it's getting there towards being dry. That's not bad. For an orange? Orange is a tricky color, and this looks pretty good. It doesn't just look brown, which is what I was worried about. There is a yellow. I haven't used it yet. Yeah, Sentient Pickle. I definitely think that with a little bit of practice, you can get the perfect application. It's like, it's a little brown, mostly on the parts where, because this was not a white prime job. So on the areas where I left it mostly black, it goes a little bit brown in the shading, but on the high points, it's pretty decently orange. This was always going to be one of the trickiest colors. I think the yellow is going to be is going to be tricky too. I'm so sorry to hear that, Saber, but I am glad to hear that there has been improvement at the very least. Yes, Happy Heretic, it does, as a matter of fact. That's precisely what that means. You know, do the deep parts first, but I'm doing them second because, you know, I'm cool like that. This is Gravelord Gray. I'm just putting on the other portions here, like the weapons. My thinking with the Gravelord Gray is maybe applying it to a weapon and then coming in and doing some silver as a dry brush over top could look good. Because that's a method that I applied to doing weapons a while ago to get a nice sort of gunmetal. Gravelord Gray has a little bit of blue in it, I think. So depending on what's there, Mike, the mechs definitely work better on a resin printer. But the terrain will all work just fine on FDM. I designed my terrain very specifically with FDM printers in mind. If you're doing the mechs, depending on what you're doing them for, if you print them larger, they can work on an FDM printer. And I mean, you can do them on FDM. I have seen people print some of those on FDM successfully, but it's definitely tricky. Strangely comfortable with that. Well, you know, that seems like all the answer you need. I've seen good things putting it over Metallic's Happy Heretic. Goobertown Hobbies did that for his tests, and it came out really nice. Let's grab some more of this blood red here. Gus Schultz, welcome in. How you doing today, man? Good to see ya. We're playing with our new Army Painter Speed Paints today. But, like, look how it settled and did the chest. I had the difference in the primer coat between the lower panels and the upper panels, and look at that. That works really well. Like, really well, considering how dumb-ass easy this is. Just touching up a few missed spots here. But okay, I'm saying, like, you got some mechs, and you gotta play with them, you know, this weekend, and you've got to paint a company of them. This would work really well. Look at that. Yeah, that's like dividing by zero, Sentient Pickle. I mean, you know, at your own risk. This is settling much smoother than any of the contrast paints that I've used. And it's drying nice and matte. Like, it's not shiny. It's not giving me any trouble in that department. I might do the blue a little bit differently, but honestly, for what it is, that's not bad. I'm liking the red. The red so far is my favorite. It's really rich and nice, and it's got me thinking about how much variation you could get by varying the base coat. Yeah, Roland, this is the Army Painter Speed Paint. And this is a single application of their blood red. Oh, missed a spot there. Just kind of do. This is kind of stupid, honestly. I think it looks better than the orange. Like, the orange looks good. I'm glad you like it, Sumitha. Is there an OD green? So that's an interesting question. Because in this set, there is not. But, we're about to answer a curiosity of mine relative to these paints. Which is, can I mix them? I have here a Sultic Round Facer or Griffin with the open cockpit. And we're going to try a quick mix, because this is one of the things I've been meaning to do. We're going to take Orc Skin, and we're going to mix in a bit of the Gravelord Grey, and we're going to see what they do together. I'm going to say do give it a thorough mixing, though. We could try a drop of yellow. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I'll mix up the Zealot Yellow is their yellow color. We haven't used this yet. That's an odd complaint, Gimishkar. Saying they don't have enough desaturated colors. All you need to do to desaturate something is add black or white. Like, saturation is what I want. I can desaturate things no problem. Oh, it's going well. It's going well, Dino Man. Taking a little break from it recently, just to kind of palate cleanse with a few other things. Then we're going to be getting back to it. Stila Rebel, happy Thunder Day indeed. How you doing, Stila? Welcome in, and thank you so much for getting that shout-out done. Yeah, like, I never want a paint company to give me a paint that is intentionally desaturated. I can't saturate things by myself at home. I can desaturate them like that. Alright, so let's try this. We're gonna do a little experiment. I got my Gravelord Gray here. We're playing with the new Army Painter Speedpaints today, Steela. I got my Orc Skin over here. And I got a little bit of Zealot Yellow. Just gonna put a little doobie dab of that. And let's see what happens when we mix these together. So far, I'm really impressed with them. For doing armies, like, this is the Blood Red. And this is literally just over Steinel Res black with a white zenithal. And for being a singular application of paint, like, this is really good, particularly for a red. All the reds that I ever tried from Citadel, or yeah, from Games Workshop, Citadel Contrast, none of them came out like this. I think that how these paints work is going to depend largely on the quality of the sculpt that you're using. If you're painting something that has lots of deep detail and texture, these paints are going to work better than if you're painting something that has shallow texture. Which, I mean, I feel like that kind of goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. The actual color, well, it says blood red. And I would say this is a blood red. It's a very irony, deep, dark red. And bear in mind, this is just the starter set. I don't have the Mega Paint set, though based on this, I may go ahead and pick it up. It's very smooth. It's remarkably smooth. How orange is the yellow? You know, let's try a little yellow on its own. Since we're about to mix some yellow, let's do a little yellow on its own and see what it looks like, because I'm curious too. We'll do it on part of this marathon tank here. It's going to be a yellow tank now. I mean, maybe. We'll see. It's fairly orange. Well, I don't know. We'll wait to see how it dries. It's definitely orangey. But then you have to bear in mind that the base color is going to be sort of your deepest shade, you know? So let's slather it on good and thick, and let's see how it looks when it dries, because the red really came together once it dried. Cheese tank, exactly. Tiny hands can have this one. Alright, let's let this sit and see how it comes out. That might be, I mean, you know, it's kind of more of like a school bus yellow than like a bright lemon yellow. But I mean, this was always going to be one of the trickiest colors to get out of this. Maybe on a pure white primer. That's what I'm thinking too, Steela, because all of these I did zenithal.
You know, I
but over
suppose
pure
you could
white.
Just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
On pure white, there might be something to that. It's just going to take experimentation, because this is obviously very sensitive to the base coat you have beneath it. And bear in mind, you could always come in over this and like dry brush a lemon yellow, and it would probably pick up really well with this as a base coat. Yeah, the deep shadowed parts, they do go a little bit greenish. Alright, so let's let that sit. So we'll know what that... you know, on the table, it looks pretty yellow. Let's let that set and make up our minds then. In the meantime, I'm going to take this green, which... where could I test this? I should have primed more models. I didn't realize how much of this I'd be doing. I'm just going to throw some green on the back end of these, because it's blank and because I can. And because we're just experimenting, remember? Orc green is very green. It's quite green. Okay. So let's see if we can turn that into an OD. Mix in some yellow, and then a little bit of our gray. Okay, let's see how this looks. Well, not bad, really. You could go darker. I think if you mixed in more yellow, more gray, you could make it a little bit more, but it's already, like, they mix really well. You can obviously take these and kind of make your own colors out of them, because this took really easily. Deepen it a little bit more here. Try it on the other leg. Yeah, see how easily that mixes in? Oh, the mods do that sometimes, Stila, when chat gets to be a bit much, just so that I can keep up. Let's try a little bit more yellow. These are kind of exciting, actually. Ooh. Yeah, that's coming together. This is going to be the multi-tonal griffin here. Look at that. That's not bad, huh? You can kind of see the progress that we've made from one leg to the next and then up to the arm. Now, I don't know, there might be an actual, like, drab green in the mega set. This is just the starter set, but you can clearly kind of make it up as you go. I wasn't really sure what to expect out of these. Like, I've heard good things, but who knows. Goobertown always gives good, honest reviews, but it's hard to really know until you have it in your hand and you're using it, and this is pretty nice. As far as doing full armies, this is probably going to be my go-to for base coats. And then detailing, or maybe doing some special vibrant business with oils. Because there's no reason you couldn't oil paint right on top of this. No reason at all. Welding Guy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I say oil paint. There's no reason you couldn't do any kind of paint right over top of this. You wanted to do details in acrylic once this is set? I mean, go right ahead. But if you don't want to spend a whole lot of time layering when you're doing an army and you just want nice, easy base coats, like, ooh, yeah, this is nice. That's kind of why I stopped Gimishkar, is I'm painting this and I'm like, this looks like Leo green, doesn't it? Like from Gundam Wing. The blend on the upper torso. This is the latest blend. See, we started here, and this was orc skin, a little bit of yellow, a little bit of the Gravelord Gray, and then we added a little bit more Gravelord Gray here, and then we added more yellow for the rest of it. So this is probably, like, I would say 40-40 orc skin yellow. I'm just gonna say green, because it's green. Maybe 40-40 green and yellow, and then maybe 20% of the gray. That ain't bad. That ain't bad at all. Captain Spasmo, thank you so much for hanging out, man. You have a great evening. I hope to see you again soon. Gus Schultz, 16 months. My God, has it really been that long? Thank you so much for the support, Gus. I really appreciate it. Have you heard the tale of them reactivating after weeks? I haven't heard that. I have, and obviously I haven't had them long enough to experience that. Goobertown was saying that it will reactivate after a while if you put the speed paint medium down on top of it, but it wouldn't reactivate if you just did water. So, you know, I'll play around with it and see if that's true. They're definitely using an interesting mix in their medium to get them to lay down on this. I like these a lot more than contrast paints, Negative Charisma. I never had this good of an experience with contrast paints. The contrast paints I've tried were nowhere near this saturated, and they tended to pool, and they were much more subject to tide marks than this has been. Let's let this dry. Alright, what do I want to try next? I want to try throwing down some colors on my little dwarf here. I've got some colors in mind. We're going to try the Pallid Bone. Between the two, I think I would choose these. I'm not a huge fan of the contrast paints, but I like these. That, and they don't come in those stupid pots. They come in dropper bottles. Yeah. The blood red is really nice. And, you know, if you wanted to punch this up, I mean, come in and lightly dry brush a more vibrant red, like a Wild Rider red or like an orange red on top of this, and it would punch this paint job up, and you would have like 3-4 layers of depth. Well, I'll test it out, Steela, because, well, I mean, if you varnish them and you let the varnish cure, I don't see how you could reactivate them if they're actively sealed under an acrylic layer, you know? If it's like, oh, they'll reactivate if you dip them in solvent. Like, yeah, no shit, and everything will. Like, you're just melting the paint at that point. But I don't know what the stories have been. We're gonna try this, and also, I think this hardened leather color. That's a thought too, Negative Charisma. You could just mix these right on the model. You know? Do like yellow on the upper surface and orange on the lower surface. I can't see any reason you couldn't do that. They blend perfectly well. Or yeah, if you base coat something in magenta and then put the yellow down. These are going to be very, very sensitive to your base coats. I think the two big things I'm going to note coming out of this for comparing to contrast paints. Number one, the saturation is much, much higher. That was always my problem. With the contrast paints, is like a red would just come out pink every time. This is a real red. It's a deep red, but they do say blood red, which, in their favor, yes, this is very much a blood red, like an ox blood. And the other thing is, this is drying nice and matte. And a lot of the contrast paints, in my experience, dry to like a satin or even a gloss. This is a lovely matte finish. This is also a strength over what I had been doing previously with the Dr. P.H. Martin Spectralite coats. Yeah, for time spent, this is like a couple of minutes. This is nothing. And you do one and streak another on top while wet? I mean, I probably. We're playing around. We'll find out. All right, so I'm going to start with a little bit of Pallid Bone on this one dude here. See how that comes out. Starting with the deep parts, and I want their undersuit to be kind of an off-white. So we'll see how Pallid Bone does. These are my Mantic Forge Fathers, by the way. I'm pretty well sold on these so far. I think they need more experimentation for me to really decide how I feel, but I already like them more than contrast paints. Now, I'm curious about something. I wonder if I can mix Spectralite into these. It's just an acrylic, but it dries very glossy. So here's my orange. Here's my Spectralite orange, and if I mix these together, I wonder how it comes out. I'm going to try it on the one we've already done, orange. I'm going to try it on the barrels. I don't give a shit. Well, the Spectralite kind of dominates it, doesn't it? Maybe if I had the medium, that would work better. I mean, I'm obviously not painting this to be... it kind of works. Leave that and see how it does. The yellow is definitely coming out a bit orange, and I think, yeah, if you did a different base coat, if you did a pure white, or if you did a magenta, it might come out more yellow. As it is, it's very much like a school bus orange. Of course, am I finishing that new terrain I'm working on? Oh god, I'm so... I literally have... Like, the terrain is done, and I'm working on 2 accessories to go with it, and I'm just, like, bashing my head against it, trying to get it finished, but it's very close. I'm gonna put out a little bit more yellow here. It actually kind of worked. It's a bit more truly orange, with a similar effect on the gun barrels there. This definitely calls for more experimentation. We're going to try the orange again, and I'm going to try mixing in just a touch of the yellow into the orange. Because the orange is a bit brown and the yellow is a bit orange. So let's mix these together. And see what it looks like. I'm shooting for like a Kubota orange on my dwarfs. That's the goal. Which I realize many of you probably don't own Kubota products and don't know what I'm talking about, but they're a very particular orange. This might not quite get us there, but I've got a lot of dwarfs to practice on. Arkudaki, you have a fantastic evening. Sleep well, my friend. Thank you for hanging out with us today. I hope this has been at least marginally informative. Yeah, they make a lot of stuff. He's got like a little metal thong here. Being a little more careful in my application this time. It's not a bad orange, though. Orange is a tricky color, and being able to do it quickly, even if it's not totally perfect, ain't bad. I'll want to play with the mix a little bit, I think. I mean, shit. If I'm doing an army of dwarves in orange, I'm pretty happy with this color. It definitely does well over more of a pure white base coat, because there's a few spots here where it was pure white and it's nice and vibrant. Oh, Hamburg, thank you. Thank you so much for the reminder. Ugh. I agree, negative charisma. I think the key here is going to be your undercoats. Suicide Prinny, thank you so much for saying so. I hope you're having a good day yourself. Grab a little bit of the gray here. Do the backpack. Backpack, belt, weapon, and I think this is perfect, because if you do this gray over white and then dry brush silver, it's gonna look great. It's gonna look like kind of greasy, dingy gunmetal. I think that may be where I try some of those Gamblin metallics. But I mean, this ain't bad. This is kind of about what I was hoping for, all things considered. Let's try some of that hardened leather on a few things. I'm really just trying to go through all the colors and use them at least once. Oh, I'm so sorry, Vergata Do orange and off-white like mixed together? That's an interesting idea. The color scheme here is I got off-white for the undersuit and then orange for the oversuit. Oh, thank you so much, Sentient Pickle. I mean, again, considering the amount of work involved, yeah, I'm digging this. I'm digging this a lot. And you definitely want to let it sit and do its pooling thing for a little bit before you judge it, because this orange is already kind of more vibrant, and the fact that it dries down to a nice matte coat is hard to beat. Matte finish, that is. It flows much, much better than any of the Games Workshop contrast stuff that I've used, Hethrier. I'm liking it. It may still find a way to irritate me, but it hasn't so far. It settles better. It is much less prone to those tide marks that you always get with contrast paints. Which I think is a result of the consistency. Oh, this is definitely going to be the color scheme for my dwarves. We're going to do a bunch like this. Alright, I got the hardened leather here. I'm going to lay this in for the dirt. And, you know, still come in and do some details, do some brighter colors, paint the eyes, stuff like that, but, I mean, this is 90% of the work done. And if you're painting an army, I mean, yeah. It's almost like their company name is Army Painter. It's weird. It's weird how that happened. Alright, let's try some of that on this Karis Trooper from Maelstrom's Edge. Paradox, thank you for saying so. Hoping for great results with these. May pick some up as I have a love-hate relationship with... I like these much better than the Citadel Contrast so far. I wanted to like the Citadel Contrast, and I just don't. But these have been quite nice. Alright, so doing the undersuit. This is the hardened leather color. The way that it pools and bleeds is easier to manipulate in my experience than the Citadel contrasts. This may be what I'm using for a little while as I get through these couple of armies that I need to get done, folks. Hardened leather's going down real nice. I'll say that this model does not have the deepest or sharpest details. This actually has kind of shallow details, and it's still going down real nice. That, you know, Hethrir, that is a very valid thing to bring up. That has been my problem with Army Painter in the past with their standard paints, is the consistency between batches can be a little goofy. So, you know, it's one thing if you get a batch of these paints that's good, and then you get the next one, it's not, like, that's not going to be a product that you want to use. So that's going to be a wait and see. If they can deliver the same consistency. Now, everybody who's gotten these so far has said good things about them, so I'd imagine we're all getting roughly the same consistency. Which is good. But, you know, it's easy to get it right a few times, and if they slack off as they continue to make it, it's not going to help you. I actually like some of the Army Painter paints real well. For whatever reason, on some lines they do better than others. Like, their metallics are actually pretty good. It's their basic paint line that wavers for me. So it's always kept me from really using a lot of their stuff. Alright, that's the hardened leather. Now we're going to do some of the pallid bone off-white for the armor. These off-whites and white colors are always a little bit trickier. So we'll see. We'll see how this works. I'm intrigued enough to go in on their Speed Paint Mega Bundle off of this. I don't know that I really need it. I feel like I could mix almost anything I want just out of this starter bundle, but I'm curious what other colors they've got. I definitely saw some brighter greens and magentas and at least one more red in there. And I mean, Hethria, like, this is the blood red that we did a little bit ago, and this is real nice. For a single application, this is real nice. Yeah, I'm absolutely digging that. Absolutely. Art of Bianca? I know you. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing tonight? Just sneaking in. Can we get a shout out real quick? For the very talented Art of Bianca. Remember, folks, follows are free. You're going to want to jump on over there and drop one. And hop in next chance you get. We did a little bit. Yeah. We did the orc skin, the yellow, and the gray. You can see down here, this was the first mixture. Here we added more gray, and then here we added more yellow. So we took the green from a real saturated green to sort of an olive drab up top. They mix really well. Yeah, Crest, I agree. This is better than I expected. I expected the red to be the worst of them, and so far I think it's the best. I'm thinking colors like this pallid bone might benefit the most from being almost pure white base coated. The base coat, your primer coat, is going to matter a lot with these paints, I think, for how they look as a final product. So experimenting with that is going to give you a lot of range. This is coming together pretty decently again for how simple it is to do. And bearing in mind that, again, the details on this model are pretty soft. Actually, as it dries, it looks better than I thought it would, like on this shoulder. I think the pallid bone would be a good base for stormtroopers. I think if you were doing like a dirty stormtrooper, yes. Now, they call it holy white. It's in the mega set. There is a white. I don't know what that's gonna look like. Whenever you say there's a white contrast paint, I'm like, is it just like really soft gray? Like, is it kind of bluish? Like, I'm not really sure. I'll get the mega set and I'll try it out. If you were doing like remnant or dirty stormtroopers, I think this would be a great place to start. And then manually highlight it up from there. I gotta be honest, the pallid bone is drying better than I thought it would. So when you're applying these, definitely let them dry before you draw any conclusions, because a number of them have looked a little funky on first application. But, like, I think that shoulder looks pretty good. And the hardened leather has turned out a little bit more red than I expected. But that's just fine. I'm gonna try some of the gray with some of the blue. Apply that over the belt, mix in, I just want some cool colors in here. Art of Bianca, dropping them 100 biddies. Thank you so much for the cheer, Bianca. And thank you for hanging out. It's really nice to see you in the stream. I hope that you're having fun. I doubt anything I'm doing is particularly informative. But regardless, it's wonderful to see you here. The brown as well, or just the bone? The brown looks good too. Like I said, the brown turned redder than I expected it to. And I mean, bear in mind, these are speed paints. You can just kind of go for it with them. You know, the blue and the gray turned a little bit more green than I expected them to. Kind of greenish. But remember, this doesn't have to be the last step. This can be the last step in painting your model, but this can also just be your base coat, and then you can come in and make adjustments and do details afterwards. Do your own manual highlights, or don't. Dwegom, I'm actually really enjoying the just the starter. I'm enjoying this enough that I'm willing to go in for the big set and see how it does. See what the additional colors are like. I'll tell you what I expected was to try this out and get to the red and go, oh, the red sucks. This desaturates just like contrast paints do. But honestly, the red so far has come out better than almost any of the other ones. Look at that. This is a single application of the blood red. And it's like, ooh, it's really quite nice. It's not a bright red, but it very specifically says blood red, and this is very much like an ox blood color. Yeah, this is better than any of the contrast reds I've ever used. By far. This was the yellow, and this comes out to like a... And again, we're going to try this over some different base coats, because that's going to hugely influence how it comes out. The yellow is fairly orange. But at the same time, yellow, man, that... Yellow's hard enough to paint anyway. You're doing it with a transparent paint? Yeah, it's a mustard yellow. A school bus yellow, I would say. I have the same problem, Bianca, and that's the problem I have with the contrast paints, is red desaturates, and it turns pink. Saturation and pigmentation is my biggest concern with these paints, and I mean, damn. This is pretty nice. This is very well saturated, not pink at all. Deep. It's very much a blood red, as advertised. But again, like, this is over a zenithal prime job. If you did this over pure white, it would probably look different. And see, let's see. This is the orange here. And it's pretty dark, it's a little brownish. I mixed a little bit of the yellow with the orange, and I got this, which is sort of a pleasing... As I said, I wanted to do like a Kubota orange. And yeah, that's about what I was going for. It lightened it up just a tad. I'm pretty sure, though, this is how I'm going to do the rest of my Karist forces, is using these and then some extra highlights. Because this is dead-ass easy. And I think some simple white highlights over the bone, some edge highlights, are really going to punch everything up. Even just a dry brushing. Watch It Painted did a neat comparison of different primers, AP matte whites, zenithals, and 2GW contrast paints. I'd be curious how that went. Play a little bit more with the Gravelord Gray here. Let's try the Crusader skin. I got a little bit of skin here. A bit of a satin varnish. Yeah, I would think that a gloss or satin varnish would change the way that it flows over the model. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying, Kursala. These experiments will happen as well. A little bit of Crusader skin out there. I don't want to waste too much, since I'm actually planning on using this now. When I started doing this in my head, I thought this might suck and I might just want to throw these away after this. But so far the opposite is true. Alright. I've contaminated my Gravelord Grey, so I'm going to put down a little bit more. You hear me using these stupid terms? It's just gray, for God's sake. That seems like that's only true if you're using their actual medium, though, Dwegham. I'm going to try that specifically, I think, though, using those two together. We're going to have more experimentation days with this. I want to try some other things. I want to try how this goes with other acrylics. I want to try how this goes with some other oils. I want to try mixing some more Spectralite colors in. I'm going to try some stuff. You don't want to be too stingy with it, and I have in a few cases here I've laid it on real thin. You kind of want to let it do the work when it comes to pooling. Don't second guess it too much. Use a little bit more of this pallid bone for the off-white. Yeah, that's just it, Dwegham. Like, if all you're doing here is base coating and then coming in and detailing, like, this is going to save you so much time. It doesn't have to be the last thing you do. This can just be one step in the process. Like all these cloth parts here, I'm thinking a little white dry brush after it has done its work is what's going to really bring it together. Being a little fancy with this guy, trying to use a number of different colors in different areas. You know, I'll say the one good thing for it, Dwegham. Actually, I'll say many good things for it. The models are cheap enough. I won't tell anybody what they can afford, but the models are cheap enough that I don't feel bad being the only guy who owns them sometimes, because I can invite my friends to play. And the rules are good enough that they'll enjoy it, even if I'm providing all the armies. Yeah, Spiral Arm Studios, they have done a good job of pricing their minis well for what they are. Game hasn't exactly taken off anywhere in a big way, but I've never felt bad owning them regardless. Yeah, the gray's pretty nice. Like with all this, as I work with this, I'm just thinking, this will take a little bit of practice. Not much. To get good at using it. A little bit. Touch more of that Crusader flesh. We have some exposed arm here. Definitely don't be afraid of the white primer coat. Don't go too dark. This paint loves the white. No, I can't decide if he's wearing gloves or not, apparently. Mid-light gray and zenithal white. Yeah, I think that would be pretty good. I think if you're gonna go black to white, make sure that your blacks are just in the deepest shadows, because it really, the black really eats the paint right up. I'm really just fooling around at this point. I'm just using the brush that they gave me, too. This is literally included in the box. Hey, what's up, Arkrave? That paint is a gem hadar. Wait, what? It craves the Tetracell white? What? Don't you Star Trek at me, Hethrir, Mr. Ooh, come watch Picard season 2. Don't you Star Trek at me. The purple is dry. The purple came out really dark. I think maybe I put it down wrong, because this does not look great. I'm gonna go with one of two things happened here. I didn't shake it enough, or I applied it weirdly. It came out real dark. Maybe the purple in particular desperately wants that white primer coat, because it loves the white. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, I get it. Let's see. So the purple is the only one I've tried here that I'm like, I mean, it's a nice deep dark purple. And I think over pure white it would look pretty good. Really, a lot of these colors are darker than you might expect, and I think that veering towards white is going to serve you well for all of these undercoats. Veering towards bright undercoats, because like the blue here, it's nice and vibrant, but again, I could have gone brighter. It's pretty dry, Suicide Pretty. Let me see. Like I'm not wiping it off, I'm not moving it. Even the parts where it pooled up are pretty well dry. Looking for a wet spot here. Maybe on the back of the arm a little bit. Not really. Seems like after an hour it's pretty well dry. It could just be dark, yeah. And that's the thing, too. This is the starter set, and I know that they have other purples in the mega set. And yeah, absolutely, Sumitha. We're talking about, like, just this paint by itself, but all of this is going to benefit from coming in and touching it up if you want to get more complex with your paint job. There is no doubt in my mind. Like, I'm going to come in with a yellow for all these little areas of piping, but I'm just kind of laying a base with the speed paint yellow. I do. I live in a dry area. So, I mean, you know, stuff is going to dry here more aggressively. The yellow is very orange, but I'm not sure that it's possible for it not to be. The yellow and the red were the ones I was thinking would be the weakest, and the red, weirdly, is the strongest. I mean, I guess not totally weirdly, but surprisingly, I think might be more accurate. What is the purple called? In this one, it is called Hive Dweller Purple, and to their credit, it's a very dark purple on the bottle as well. If you were doing like purple robes or something, and you brought it up to you had a real nice gradient with high whites, this would probably look good. Yeah, I've heard that a few times, Basalt. We'll play with it. I'll see how true that is. Goobertown was saying that it's easy to activate them with their own medium, but if you're just using water, I'm not sure. Or just putting another paint on top of them. Like, I'm going to try that with all these, so we shall see. Egg. What's up, Skella Egg? How you doing? How's things? How's streaming? How you doing? Wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for that shout out, folks. If you're not following Skellabee yet, she's just a joy. She is just a joy. Go drop her a follow. If you're into mini painting, that's a stream you're going to want to be stopping into when you see her live. We're making progress. We're making progress. Grab a little bit more of this. Also good to see you, Rio. How you doing today? Esteban. Olvidado? Estebano? Oh my god. I'm utterly failing to divide that name up correctly, and I'm so sorry. Esteban, I'm gonna go with. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, my friend. Let's use a little bit of this green that we mixed up. And if you're mixing it, it does separate fairly quickly. Esteban is just fine, fantastic. I'm glad to hear it. This is the one, this is the free one. This was just in the box with the speed paints. We haven't actually used anything that wasn't in the box with the speed paints. That's much bluer than I meant it to be. Oh well. We'll live. Oh, he's wearing like fingerless gloves. Oh, whoops. Let's see if it's difficult to remove with just water. Not really. Kind of comes right off. Oh, you got me, Gimishkar. You got me. I'm cheating. The paper towel didn't come with it either. Oh, shit. Try some of just the orc skin for the visor here. It's a pretty nice, vibrant green, all things considered. For those of you who are big on the 2000 AD comics who recognize this style of helmet, you might recognize this color scheme as being a little bit more of Brit Sit rather than Mega City 1. That being the Mega City in England. Did the camera and the glove, did the stream come with the speed paints? That's what you sound like. Bianca, thank you so much for hanging out. I'm sorry this is the last thing that you saw. I would have chosen something different had I known. Well, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for the follow. Wonderful to see you, and I hope you have a great night. I'm more sold on these colors after they've had a chance to sit. The yellow is definitely more of an orange, but I think it would also take yellow highlights well. And I'm gonna be doing metallic over the gray that I've done on the weapons. That's my theory. I wasn't really decided on these guys' paint scheme before I started. I'm just kind of fooling around. Oh, thank you, Dwegcom. I really appreciate that. Just remember to remove the plastic backing that came with the beard. Yeah, one level above Breen. I'm no... You know, it's stuck on, don't get me wrong. But this is a higher level production than Twisted Pair. There's only one color I want to use here that isn't really accounted for in the set, but that's fine. That is perfectly fine. I can make up for that. How about the base? Let's do a little bit of our red. Let's take a little bit of the red, and let's mix that with our orange. I forgot what color this is entirely. I guess I should have put them in some kind of order. So that's purple up there, Grateful Gray, Crusader Skins over here, Blood Red's up top. We've used Zealot Yellow, we've used Hardened Leather. Let's see what this does. That kind of works. I'm getting the right mix of the High Lord blue with the gray. You gotta remember, you don't want to lay it on too thin. You want to give it some depth. You want to give it some body so that it has something to kind of settle out and flow with. Oh my god. Oh my god, Thousand Young. Coming in with the raid. Ichuta Slimo. What's up, Voxel Forge? Alright, now let's just go right back to the Gravelord Grey by itself. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, Raiders Thousand Young. How was your stream? What were you working on? We're fooling around with these army painter speed paints right now, trying to see what they can do. Trying to keep it real nice and simple. Chris James TV, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I still think I'm going to do some dry brushing on top of a lot of this, but I don't think you really have to. I just want to. Give this all a chance to dry, because if there's one thing I've learned in messing with these speed paints, it's do not judge them until they've had a chance to dry. They really come together then. Sculpting a kaiju. Ooh, what kind of kaiju? Is it a particular kaiju or one that you're making up? Murphyville judges. They had among the silliest. Murphyville had among the silliest of the judge costumes. Oh, and subscribing. Give me some of them Bezos bucks. That Prime sub. Thank you so much. Aztec Croc Kaiju. Interesting. I guess, no, what would be the most absurd judge costume in 2000 AD? Like, probably the Vatican judges. Do you remember those ones? Vatican City has its own megacity, and they have their own judges, and they look like priests. The Sovsit judges, the Soviet Sit judges, are pretty ridiculous. Their helmets are... Oh, nope. I realize I'm totally incorrect. It's the Texas City judges. In 2000 AD, is it Mega City 2 or Mega City 3? I can't remember which one. One of them, though, is in Texas. And it's just called Texas City. And the judges there have these, like, oversized Stetsons with big ol', like, visors that come down out of them, and that's their judge uniform. I'm going to give this guy a little bit of a rest. But I actually think this color combination is going to work for this whole line. I need to do something a little bit different with his gloves. Let's have a look at this guy here. What do I want to do for his crystals? Maybe blue? Blue would look good. We could try the blue. Now, I'm going to try... I'm making a mess out of my wet palette. Just ignore me. It's because I'm doing random mixes. I'm going to try putting a little bit of flow aid in with the blue to see what it does. Not much. I'm going to go ahead and pull some of the blue back into the bottle of flow aid. Oh god, what have I done? I mean, I have a feeling I know exactly what the flow aid's going to do, which is what it is meant to do. But I'm curious what it's going to look like. Load this brush up, and let's hit these crystals. Just encouraging it to do what it wants to. Oh no, the camera. Oh my god. Twice tonight. I wonder why that is. You're not wrong. The Japanese judges do look particularly absurd with their big, like, shogun shoulder pads and their like, flat judge helmets that come down, and then they have those big, what are those called? We've been over this before. I don't remember what they're called. The big... They wear them on Kabuto. They have the big... they're not antlers. Damn it, Wigham. I think the flow aid does make a little bit of a difference. It ran down off the tip of the crystal real fast and did this, which actually looks pretty nice. Yeah, that's just a little bit of flow aid. It does have an effect. It wants to pull it away from the edges just a little bit more. I mean, shit, that's not bad for a tabletop quality paint job right there. Do a few more details on top of it. Haridate, is that it? Date Mono? I don't know. I really... Stila, Rebel, where are you? We need you. You're in Japan. You could just walk outside and ask anybody passing on the street what it's called, and I guarantee they'll know, because everyone in Japan knows these things. Isn't that... Right? That's how it works, isn't it? A space dwarf does not require more minerals. No, he's got plenty of the rock and stone. It even picks up the texture of the base really nice. Like, look at the dirt. I think I'll do a little bit of a dry brush on the dirt, but it's not bad. I definitely want to do a little bit more with the metallics on the weapon. But I'm thinking on that front, I'm just going to let the gray set and cure, and then I'm going to come in with some of my Gamblin oil metallics and just lightly run it over the backpack and the weapon. And then probably touch up the eyes and give them a little bit of a glow so that they stand out in the helmet. This is working surprisingly well. Spent less than a minute on the base total. Yeah, you're not wrong. That's... I mean, you know, speed paints. Of all the experiments I've done tonight, I'm liking the dwarf the best so far. Where's my other painting handle? I have 4 of them. There it is. Head crest. The Gundam thingy. That's what we're going to call it. So, okay, here's just a glance. Is where we started and where we wound up with single coat applications of paint in each case. That ain't half bad. I am doing all of my Forged Fathers like this. I have decided. Serial experiments, Thunderhead. I see what you did there, to Square. Honestly, I'm pretty well sold on these guys. This is really nice. I'll show some of the other ones that we've done again. I think the red is maybe the most impressive. This is pretty damn good. I've made a few mistakes in applying these tonight. I was just like, I've never gotten this nice of a red out of Citadel Contrast. And here's the thing. This is a nice matte finish on here too. I don't think this would have any problem taking additional paint. I am going to let these sit for a while and then come at them with some other paints and see if there is that reactivation problem. The term I'm looking for is datemono. On the front of the Kambuto, it is a maidate, literally front crest. That makes sense. Oh yeah, Sumitha was just following up with that. Could also be called a kuagata. Fuck it, head crest. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Gundam Thinger. It's the tiara. Yeah. But yes, the Japanese judges from 2000 AD have those whooshing big fucking things on their helmets. The Vatican Guard is by far the... I keep saying that. I keep using hyperbole. Now, let's do a quick comparison, because I want to show you... This was actually done with... I want to say this was done with Citadel Contrast, this skeleton I have over here. Because I remember, this was right when it came out. It might not be the greatest application anybody has ever done. I might have done it a little thin. But, I mean, look at the red by comparison. It's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? The daimyo eyebrow mustache. Yeah. If you say it fast, it might sound Japanese. Daimyo eyebrow mustache. Oh my god, that's so racist. Oh my god. Hell P, what have you done? Following this man. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Drax, welcome in. We're fooling with the speed paints, man. I'm sure you're up to date. And I mean, like, this is some of the most vibrant color I was ever able to get out of it. And by comparison, it's still super desaturated. Yeah, this is the I've been playing with the Army Painter speed paints all day. It's not racist, just culturally insulting. Okay, fair enough. I'm very curious now to get my hands on the mega set that has like the magenta in it, because like this magenta, if it is up to the same pigmentation standard, I'd imagine that it's much heavier than this. So we haven't played around with that yet, Drax. These are just single applications of it. I'm going to let these cure, and then I'm going to see what it takes to reactivate them. Who's this weirdo? What's up, Python Knight? How you doing? So far, I mean, everything, it's drying, it's going down nice. Mess with it some. Let me see. Now, bear in mind, this hasn't even fully cured. This has been on here for a couple hours at most. But let's just start with some water. Getting any color out? A little bit. But any paint would do the same at this point. That is just water, and it doesn't really seem to have much of an effect on it. Get some steel wool. Yeah, let's take some 120 grit to it. If it can't withstand 120 grit, is it worth painting with? I contend not. Hey, Riot Sister, how you doing?
Hello there.
Is there anything left in this bottle? This is Citadel Lamian Medium. There's a little bit in here. So let's try Citadel Lamian Medium, bearing in mind that this paint, again, this is not really fully cured. But, you know, we're going full Gallagher here, right? Lamian Medium is pulling up a little bit of the color, yeah. Still not bad, not all of it. It's sort of pulling it off the high points. I feel like this is almost a technique you could use intentionally. But I reiterate that this is not a good test, because if I did this to any paint at this point, this would happen. It's not coming off any more than I would imagine any acrylic would. Just on the high points. Oh, thank you so much, Dwecom, for pointing that out. Try some Flow Aid? Why not? Why not? We got time. I'm going to take a break here in just a second, but let's see what Flow Aid by itself does. Flow Aid has a little bit of drying retarder in it too. So it should, if anything's gonna reactivate it, I would think that this would. I mean, not really. A little bit? It's hard to even tell if it is. Let me try to wipe some off the edges. It is a blackjack Project Dark Fox. This is one that Metalcore sent to me a while ago. Bulgy Cashew. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to me trying to wipe paint off my model. And this is, you know, bearing in mind, this has just gone down. I think it's coming up a little bit. Like, you know, compare the two arms. It's definitely a little lighter over here. I think I've pulled some off the high points. But I don't think any more than any other acrylic paint would have. Bulgy Cashew, I've had nothing but good experiences with them tonight since we've been playing with them. I'm curious about the issues people have reported with them reactivating. So far, I haven't been able to just wipe it off easily. If anything, this is interesting because if you got it too heavy in an area, you could take some flow aid, come in here, and kind of pull it off the high points, kind of push the contrast a little bit if you were feeling like you needed more. And I'm just very impressed with the saturation on this Blood Red. For being a single coat application, there's a remarkable amount of depth to it. I think it's lovely. And we just did this. He needs a couple of details, but we did this Mantic Forge Father. And I mean, realistically, I think I've spent, what, 5 minutes painting him? It's kind of nuts. I want to do a few more details, but shit. That's okay right there. All in all, so far, I'm impressed. Yeah, okay, you can definitely see that I was able to remove some of it from that weapon, compare the two weapons. But I don't think any more than I would have with any other acrylic paint, especially considering that it had just been sitting here. Now, I'll try this again after this is cured for a few days, and we'll see if we can get the same effect out of it. I could play with this dwarf. I intend to play with this dwarf. This is the first painted Forge Father of my Forge Father Deadzone team. I've got like 8 more, and yeah, we're gonna be painting these. I think next stream we're just gonna do the rest of the dwarves in this scheme. He is in fact the founding Forge Father, if you will. Trying to plan out paint schemes for my Battletech minis, not all that well versed in Battletech, mostly clan mechs with some inner sphere. Are the set color schemes for clans or houses? Any suggested resources? Squeezle, yes. Camo Specs Online is a good source. Who else? There are a million people in chat right now who know the good resources for Battletech paint schemes. I would say, yeah, 3 hours for entire units. Yeah, pretty easily. Not particularly difficult to do, I wouldn't say. And this is maybe one of the weaker colors. Unit Color Compendium, thank you, Shock21. And Roland, both mentioned. The guns I painted with the other paint as well. Yeah, no, that's true. That's the Spectralite was mixed into that. Sure you didn't remove all of it? I'm fairly sure. I'm fairly sure. I just paint when I want on my Battletech stuff. So that would be my advice, honestly. Cookie Mama meant Sarna.net. If you transpose the N and the R there, you'll also get another resource for Battletech stuff. You can look at Camo Specs Online, you can look at the Unit Color Compendium, you can look at Sarna. My personal recommendation? Just paint what you want. Now, if what you want is a canon color scheme, then Godspeed, noble painter, go forth and do so. But just know that canon color schemes are not a big deal. No, Sarna is mostly like loadouts and mech history. In Battletech, it's not really a big deal. You can do any color scheme you want and go, it's the 32nd Tertiary Guards of the Lyran Commonwealth. Like, you can just make it up. It really doesn't matter. It's a mercenary unit. They're called Thunder Cheese. Don't choose Thunder Cheese. That name is taken by a prolific and excellent painter. Is there a gray bluish thing for this? So the Gravelord Gray is kind of green. I'm noticing. I don't have a blue gray in this set, and that is maybe the one thing in the starter set that I feel like is kind of missing. I wish that there were a blue gray. Oh, for Battletech. Is there a Battletech color scheme that's kind of blue gray? I mean, yeah, like Grey Death Legion is kind of blue gray. Okay. Skella thank you so much for hanging out. It's always great to see you. Have a fun run to the store. I'm sure you're gonna enjoy it. I will say, I've had them reactivate of putting some speed paints on top of each other, but that let me blend them together and make some cool effects and colors. Yeah, and in that case, I would think just like, okay, so, assuming that's true, which I think it probably is, because that's been the report, is that the speed paints themselves and the speed paint medium will reactivate them. Assuming that's true. Just plan for that. You know? Like, that's just an idiosyncrasy of the paint, and it's one that makes perfect sense. So I would say just plan for that. Look, the crystals came out nice, didn't they? I think the flow aid definitely helped with that. I'm very comfortable doing an entire army like this. Yeah, that's true, Sumitha. And most of the color schemes that you're going to see in Battletech are like parade schemes anyway. And realistically, they would change their colors based on where they were going and what fighting they were doing. So I personally wouldn't worry about it. Pop Busy, by the way, thank you so much for the follow. I didn't thank you. Thank you so. Oh my god, you guys. We're 9 follows away. We're 9 follows away from 2K when I'm gonna have to... I'm gonna have to... When we get to 2K, we're gonna have a special stream, a special celebration. We're gonna have a giveaway, first of all. We're gonna give away some dice, we're gonna give away some minis. I'm gonna be painting this guy in oils. This is the Fantasy Flight Games limited edition Star Wars Celebration Vader. It is a gorgeous model. And this is gonna break me. This model might break my brain while we're painting it, but I think we're gonna have some fun. And we will be giving away 2 other Vaders if you are a Star Wars Legion painter, or if you just want to have one of these on your shelf. These were the sort of learning scheme models that we did, practicing to get ready for painting the big, nice, fancy limited edition Vader. I still need to do some modifications to this one before he's ready to go, but we'll be doing drawings to give these 2 away. I really like how this one came out. You can see we went with just kind of gray the first time, and then I went blue the second time, and I think the blue that's really where it's at. Oh, it contrasts the red so much. And since I did this, I acquired an actual cadmium red, which I think is going to do the OSL on the Saber Blade so much better. We were limited in our colors when we did this one. Oh, thank you so much for saying so, Rooster. I say practice only because I only have one of this model and I can't get any more, and this guy goes for like $500 on eBay. So I was like, I wanted to practice Vader a few times before I went throwing oil paint onto this particular model. One piece of advice, just choose colors different than what you expect your friends will use. Fuck the bull. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Choose colors different than what you think your friends are going to use. Just choose colors that are... Here's the thing. I want to tell you something. You're familiar with the concept of heraldry, say on a medieval knight or a medieval lord, right? So, the idea of heraldry, there are a lot of legal concepts surrounding it, but what was its real purpose? The purpose of having a device and a color that was registered to your family name. You're on the battlefield, right? Lord Snuffy is over there with his conscripts, and Lord Fuckface is over here with his knights and his spearmen. You need to know who's where. You need to know that these guys coming at you are on your fucking side. So you look for their devices, you look for their colors, you look for the lion rampant you're looking for big broad colors. You're looking for a field of blue slashed through with yellow. You're looking for quartered yellow and black. You're looking for easily identified things. You can glance out at the battlefield and go, oh, that's such and such. That's the real purpose of heraldry, and I think that applies to tabletop minis perfectly, because you need to be able to glance at the table and know what's what. You want to be able to read the table immediately. Such and such's army is orange. No one's going to mistake these guys for any other force. I mean, like, it's possible I would come up against somebody who painted their force orange, but probably not. So, yeah, find out what your friends are doing and do something different so that when you look at the field, you're never like, is that unit part of, like, no doubt. At a glance. Or you could be like me and paint everything in desert camo and rely on decals for identification. This is why I don't do camo almost at all. The blue is nice, isn't it? So we did just the blue on this guy. And this is why I'm saying if you're going to use these paints, don't be afraid of leaving huge areas of white. Because I think I could have done this guy brighter. This was sort of a learning piece for the blue. It's a lovely, rich blue, though, isn't it? Yeah, I agree, Project Dark Fox. Camo is how you forget that your model's on the table at all. Camo is how you move your unit, and then 10 minutes later you're like, wait, I had 6 guys in this unit. Why do I only have 4 now? They didn't die, and then you look and you realize you left them in the foliage because they were camouflaged. You think I'm joking. This has happened. And then we did a little bit of mixing for this guy. You can see we started off with very much green down here on the leg. We added some yellow and some gray, and then we added more yellow, and we got this lovely drab. So I would say that's an interesting thing about these speed paints too. They mix well. You know, that's how I did my first ones, Ren. My first Rebel Army that I sold, I painted them in orange, with the idea being that they were like, that they had escaped from a prison. I did their AT-RT in like bright industrial yellow, and sort of like had the guns tied onto it, because it's like it had been a construction unit and they had stolen it and weaponized it. Great minds. These paints have a lot of potential. These paints have a lot of potential, and this has been a very, very informative evening of painting. This is the yellow again, by the way. The yellow is very orange. I think I'm gonna try this again over like a bright pink undercoat and see how that changes things. Yeah, Bulgy Cashew, that's kind of what I'm thinking. You can put 2 down and then kind of blend them. And here we have, this is the scheme that I started from. I'm not totally sure I'm happy with what I did with the bases here. I might actually dull that down somewhat. But we started on our Aperian Foundation guys for Maelstrom's Edge. And then we did one of our Karist Enclave, also for Maelstrom's Edge. I'm going to try finishing up this guy's base and seeing how I like it, and then I might come back in with some magenta oils to do some OSL effects on him, because I think the magenta is what's really gonna pull it out. All in all, though, I think I'm going to be using these for the next few forces that I'm gonna paint. So, if you want to see more work with speed paints, that's what I'm gonna be doing probably for the next few weeks. I'm gonna try to get these Forged Fathers painted up, lickety-split. And I've got a bunch of rats. Where are they at? I have a bunch of Veermen from Mantic, rat folk. So we're gonna be doing an army of these guys also in speed paint. That should be a fun time. I like rat folk. They're a lot of fun. Yeah, the metallic undercoat thing is another thing that I'm meaning to try. Goobertown did some tests with that, and that came out nice. Alright, folks, give me just a minute. I'm going to take a short break. I haven't been stretching my legs like I'm supposed to every hour, so I'm going to go stretch my legs for just a minute here. I'm going to grab something to drink. I'm going to come back. We're going to roll over into the Storm Report real quick in case there's anybody here who doesn't know. We do an art review segment at the end of every stream. For some reason, every stream. I don't know how I got into doing that. It's just something that we do now. I am a firm believer that in order to create art, you need to consume a certain amount of art. And I'm also a believer that we are our own worst critics, which you may take to mean that we are harshest on ourselves. But I would propose that it does mean that. But we're also uniquely unqualified to judge our own work, in most cases, because you know all the mistakes. You know what it looked like in your head before you started painting, and you know that it doesn't look like that. So you're always going to see the mistakes. Other people aren't. You need other people's opinions, and it is so hard sometimes to get your stuff out there and share it on social media and get real feedback on it, get real eyes on it. I'm sure those of you who do it have experienced how Dwegcom, you have a fantastic night. Thanks for being here. How you can post your stuff online and get no reactions at all, not even negative ones. That's so demoralizing. this is a great place to share your work. If you're looking for feedback, if you're just looking for validation, if you're just looking for, hey, I did this cool thing, take a look at it real quick. Please, please, please feel free to share to the Storm Report, and we'll take a look at your work right here on the stream. We'll give you feedback if you want it, whatever you want. I can give you honest critique. We can just marvel at the magnificence of your creation if that's what you want. It's so easy to do if you feel like participating. Just jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which there is a link right there in chat right now. Hop over into the channel, mark the Storm Report, and post a picture. Post a picture for us to see, and we will go ahead and jump on that and take a look right as soon as I get back. No, I will not blow smoke up your ass. I will not lie to you. I admit it's tempting sometimes, as someone who's like, I would like to get views and follows, to just tell you what you want to hear. This is an amazing thing. I'll never ever tell you you've done something well if you haven't. I will focus on the things that you've done well. But like I said, it's a good place. It's a good place to share, and it's a good way for us all to kind of keep up on what the community's doing, on everybody's projects, because y'all see what I'm working on. You see my projects, because I just post them every damn where and I stream about it. But I'm curious what you're working on too. Plankwalker, good to see you. Okay, with that in mind, I am going to take a short break. I'll be back in just a few minutes. When I'm back, we're going to start the Storm Reports, and entries will close. So if you want to get them in now.
I never knew anything like this in the whole of my life.
This is a glass of water, colorless, tasteless. It contains 100 gamma of LSD. 25.
Put your lips against mine. Just take your time.
Everything is in color, and I can feel the air. I can see it. I can see all the molecules. Can't you see it? See it? See it? See it?
I've been waiting for this moment. I've been waiting all this time. We've seen so many places. So let's go back to mine. Baby, you're the only one who sees. Baby, you're the only one for me. This love's got no hurry. So just take your time. Take your time. This love's got no hurry. So just take your time. Take your time.
Beauty in my life. It's like a curtain or a spider web. It passed right through.
Pretzel just thought that you would enjoy some dead air. Isn't that pleasant? Yeah. Camera again. Oh my god, 3 times in one. Maybe it's the USB port. I changed ports. Silly. Okay. This came out real nice, and I think that we'll just go ahead and finish painting up the Deadzone team in these colors on Tuesday. I'm going to do a little dry brush on the basing to push the texture a little bit more, but this is a pretty solid tabletop. And we'll do some metallics, and we'll do a little glow for the eyes. What's up, my feek? How you doing? Last one was very far from being synthwave. Yeah, some weird one sneak in there. I do have to say, one of the nice things having been doing almost exclusively oil painting for so long is after this paint session, I don't have to throw away any solvents or deal with any particular messes. I'm just going to take my brush and I'm going to rinse it in a little bit of water. And then we're pretty much done. Well, it's because my wet palette. I'm sorry. There, is that better? I'll put the oil palette there. Solvents make the lungs stronger. I want to try combining oils with this method because I feel like establishing your base coats this way and then doing some oil paint on top, a little bit of blending, maybe an oil wash. I'm definitely going to try using some of the Gamblin metallics over the weapon and the backpack and stuff like that. We're going to fool around. I think that there's a middle ground here somewhere where you're painting good-looking things very, very quickly. Which is what I would like to do, because as I said, I have a couple of armies to paint. And, you know, I might have gone a little nuts on the Firefight 2nd Edition army packs. I have a bunch of GCPS, and I have a bunch of Asterians on their way to me, or they will be soon. And I need to finish up these Maelstrom's Edge forces as well. I'm not really happy with the base here. Well, you know what? I'm going to dry brush the base, too. I think that's going to help. These as base colors work just fine. A little dry brushing will carry it the rest of the way. I think people, I mean, to be fair, people see my logo probably quite enough soon with one final look real quick at our Battlemaster we did in the Speed Paint Blood Red. This for me is the most impressive result of the night. For being a single coat of paint that was really, really easy to apply. If you were painting sort of light, like you were painting a whole bunch of Karita sort of light, this is the paint. This would be so dumbass easy to do a whole... You could do a whole company of mechs in one night, no problem. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, that's the point of it, pun expected. These are for doing tabletop quality minis, and you can push it a little bit farther if you want, and for that, this works great. This works better than the contrast paints ever did for me. Yeah, the Leo Green. We'll have a look at that. I agree. This is a super effective way of doing it. I know this is what they wanted to push with the contrast paints, but I never got results like this out of Citadel Contrast. Not one damn time. And again, one more look. This is the... I think we'll try a few little tweaks on this, but this is what we're going to be going for our Mantic Forge Fathers Deadzone team. I'll be doing these guys, I'll be doing some Enforcers, and then I'll be doing some Veer Min, and then GCPS and Asterians. And with the power of speed paint, I might actually paint them all. Man, oh man, oh man. Red Corsair. Yeah. I think I do have a version of this file that is the Red Corsair, now that you mention it. I didn't think to print that for this, but yeah, you totally could. And I mean, okay, this is the work we did in oils the other night. Kind of building up a scheme for the the Karist Enclave from Maelstrom's Edge. And then this is the one that we just did with contrast. And again, I think that with a little bit of adjustment with the way we're doing our primer, and I mean this, I say we did this with contrast, I put 3 contrast paints down and I did nothing else. I literally did nothing else. A little bit of dry brush. See, I think I'm going to do it like this. I'll probably adjust the way that I'm doing my primer coat, and then I'm going to come in with the oils for the magenta to do the glow effects, and same thing on the base. I think combining those two things is going to result in being able to actually do these forces pretty quickly, which is the goal. Definitely adjusting the way I do the primer coats now that I know how it goes down. I'm really impressed with this off-white. I didn't think I was going to like it as much as I do when I first put it down. But now that it's had a chance to set, it actually looks pretty damn good. We're going to paint some armies. We're going to paint some armies with Army Painter, apparently. Who knew? Yes, Tasselhoff. That is exactly what you're seeing. That's what we've been doing. I'm going to show the red one more. I know, I keep doing this. I'm sorry, but I want Tasselhoff to see. And by the way, Bold Chops, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. This is the Blood Red, and I choose this one because I've used the red contrast paints from Games Workshop before, and they don't look anywhere near this good. And this is a nice matte finish, too. It's not glossy. It doesn't have any tide marks, and I barely tried. Like, I just slopped this on. It's stupid. There's a lot of potential here. There's a lot of potential here. Looks like a khaki color. Yeah, it is kind of. I was thinking maybe a light white dry brush to kind of bring it out into the bone color. But I mean, if all I'm doing for this paint scheme is laying down one color and then dry brushing it lightly. In fact, you know what? Fuck. You know what? Actually, hold up. That's the wrong color. Here we go. Got some of our Rainy River Designs Burning Skull. Oh, Nico Mata. You got me. Just wait. Just wait a second. Just wait a second. We're going to do the storm report. I swear to God. Just wait. Okay? I promise this won't take long.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
Load it up a little bit more. This isn't actually that good of a dry brush. It's kind of leaving streaks. But whatever. Mostly just want to grab the edges, right? Yeah. Like so. A little bit like so. A little bit there. A little bit on the feet. This is a terrible dry brush job that I'm doing, but I'm doing it quickly and I'm doing it with the wrong brush, so bear with me. I'm just saying you can very quickly punch this up. Grabbing the edges. A little bit on the foots here, a little bit on this side, a little bit over here. Again, grabbing the edges of the armor plates to pick them out. Like, it does not take much to improve on this. If all you were doing... Don't have to worry about the reactivating the speed paints. Bold chops, it doesn't seem to. It seems like it's medium that does that, and if you're putting down, like, a dry brush, you're really not gonna. It's not going anywhere. And I just did a terrible job. I just did an awful job. It was the worst. But I'm just saying, if your entire paint job consists of speed paint, dry brush, you can do a pretty good job. Alright, we're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it. Let's do the storm report, for God's sake.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's storm report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Oh, that's entirely the wrong thing, isn't it? Oh my god, here we go. Cleaning my brush. It needs to be done, particularly with acrylics. Oh, I didn't change the time. Ah, shit. Viewers like yeah. Well, it's not viewers like you. It's viewers like yeah. Yeah was one of our first viewers, actually. Our first subscriber, I believe. Whatever happened to yeah? Okay. Alright, that's out of the way now. That's out of the way. We can do it. We can do it now. I did it. Next time, I'll make sure, Negative Charisma, that I wait until you put up your home address and PIN number. Oh, here we have from Mafik. So, yeah. It can fly now. Oh, man, we got a lot of entries tonight. Maybe I should actually get to it, huh? Making room for my arm. I didn't put any speed paint on the Catalyst mech tonight. How did I fucking forget that? That's just silly. I know you were, Roland. Oh my god. Okay. This is the BXC-88F Cracker Flight type. It is a mass production mobile suit that can fly for the Airborne Division. The thrusters are made from the Imperium's Fallen Flyers that are repurposed as back-tack vernier. The development of the mobile suit itself is from the older sisters, the Cracker and the Bucker. I mean, of course, that's what my mind went to first. Its weapon is a modified Zaku machine gun, renamed as Pipe Gun, because it's cheap to produce and lightweight. Cracker Flight type can fly up to 300 feet and stay for 34 minutes before it overheats or runs out of fuel. That's so specific. A little bit of lore. In the Broken Void, everyone can own a mobile suit, either finding it in a scrapyard or buying it for 550 Void Shards, the most cheap of which is the Bucker for 230 Void Shards. What's the exchange rate, I wonder, of Shroot Bucks to Void Shards? And there's also Bounty Hunter boards or scrap collecting for Void Shards. P.S. Aren't we already in a PS? Whatever. Sometimes Arden shapeshifts into a normal Crystallian just to check if one of the scrap dealers is doing bullshit with scrap trade for shards. Oh, Arden, you get up to so many shenanigans. This is pretty cool. I like how this flying robot with his Vernier jet legs has a fucking skull pauldron rocking over here. Love the reuse of the Xeon designs, both in the legs and in the head. And of course, I always love the classic Zaku machine gun with the rotary magazine on top. Skuldron. Oh. Oh no. Unexpected. That's... I mean, you know, it's apropos given who you are. But... It does, yeah, I think it is a three-eyed skull. It's either a three-eyed skull or the most lopsided skull you've ever seen, because it's got one right in the middle of its forehead. Looks like Dom. Yeah, it definitely has that head shape to it, doesn't it? It's the Dom head. And kind of the legs, too. Not exactly the legs. It has more of, like, the, What was the one with the big skirts and no legs at all? I can't remember the name of it now. Multiple skull shoulder shields on different mobile suits. Yeah, the Dom head test, yeah, with sort of like the little Zaku scuba thing going on here. The one that somebody put the doll... Yes, that one, Sumitha. That's the one I'm thinking of. The Zeong. It's a damn cool combination. I always love seeing what Mafik is getting up to. I don't know exactly what drugs he's on, but I want some. Here we have from Bridget Wolf. It's once again time for everyone's favorite game, the Let's Make Thunderhead Hungry on Stream. Did you have to do this at the beginning of the Storm Report? You couldn't have done this at the end. You couldn't have waited? So we had some milk and some baking potatoes that needed to get used, so I combined 2 dishes to create Bridget's Chicken Alfredo Poutine. Chicken breast cut into strips, double-breaded in Italian breadcrumbs, pan-fried, homemade Alfredo sauce, and homemade French fries, all topped with mozzarella cheese. God damn. I am very hungry right now. I am. Just generally, and why is that not popping up? That's not popping up in my activity feed. Why was that late? That was weird. Scuba Steve! Damn you! Thank you so much for the follow. Please don't take it personally. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. This, though, I do take personally. Here we have from Furion. Finished this group, I think. Learned a lot. The Night Gear. Is that like the Nightman? Oh, no, the Night... Oh, I'm sorry, that's a mech. Was a real pain to paint. The stooped head and shoulders messed with my gradients, and yellow can be touchy. Day Gear. Fighter of the Night Gear. Champion of the Mech. Oh, wow. These came out really, really nice. This is a tricky color. All I can think when I see these is, I want to speed paint them. Dirty clanners. Filthy clanners. Discord's off center again? That's right, I had to move it before, didn't I? Whoa. There we go. These are really, really lovely yellow oranges. I love the gradients that you have. I like how it comes up to like an almost school bus yellow on top. And yeah, some of these clan mechs with the weird shelf shoulders can definitely be a challenge. Good use of edge highlighting. I appreciate all through here that you haven't done the heavy metal edge highlighting thing where you highlight literally every single edge, because that gets so overdone. You've chosen a few good hot spots, and you've chosen some good contrast colors for the weapons. The kind of teal blue contrasts so well with the orange. I love the little dark spots that you have periodically to break up the big areas of color. The green that we have over here is particularly lovely. Gorgeous. All in all, gorgeous. Good job on the basing, too. I'm just looking at this and seeing we have like some streams going. Very realistic. Using low grass and tall grass. Fantastic texturing all around. Really, really well done, Furion. Oh, here we have from Random Momo. Setting up for a light box. $30. Bad Dragon Lanyard, $5. Wait, what? What? I don't know what that is. Getting a bad picture of Rebel Pathfinders in a dark room after watching Rogue One? Priceless. Yeah, I'm sure it's just a lanyard. Yeah, right, okay, totally, absolutely, yeah, definitely. Bulldozer BM2, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much for your support. Yeah, I can imagine painting Pathfinders is more fun after watching Rogue One. Once you actually get to... Oh my god, I just slammed into my paint rack. Let me smooth that out of the way. I always think of this guy doing his yell. When I saw that movie in theaters the first time, we had the sound cut out. Like that scene when these guys attack the tank moving through Jeddah City or whatever, we had the sound cut out. And we all had a moment where we were like, Is this just like a really avant-garde choice on the part of Gareth Edwards? Is there no sound in this scene? We had to go back and the movie theater had to run it back. It was weird. But I just remember because the first time I saw this guy going, Rah! It was completely silent. It was very awkward. All in all, looking really good. I love I appreciate that you've put, you know, we got warm, cool, warm, cool, warm, and then cool up here. Very effective, very slick Ren. I like the blue bases too. I mean, I'm assuming again that you're doing these to differentiate the squads. You have like red, blue, green, and what have you. The Pathfinders are pretty good units in Legion as well. A bad picture of, you know what? Hey, taking photos of minis is at least as hard as painting them in the first place. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. I've said it at least 1,000 times. Here we have from Rio Hassenpfeffer, the mark of progress, the post-it of progress, as it were. Oh, it's Super Blunder. Well, not so Super Blunder. He's having some trouble. Oh, now he's having a drill. What's Cat doing? What's happening back here? Does she have a sword? I don't know if I'm comfortable with Cat having a sword that close to my precious thinking parts. Reenactment, do not attempt. I'm yelling poo-poo. Oh, that does seem refreshing right about now, though. Just lovely. This is a project I need to finish. I started modeling up the Blunder Thud, Rio. Oh, it's a data knife! That makes so much more sense! I started modeling up the Blunder Thud, and I then began transitioning over to ZBrush. So I'm gonna take another swing at that as soon as the current terrain project is complete. I'm very, very close. I assume she's about to launch off of me and hack some completely unrelated Titan over here. God, the shading on this. This is fucking... These are ballpoint pens on Post-it notes. Rio, you're out of control. Looks like I've had a couple 3 drinks too. Yeah, stomp me closer. I want to stab them with my hack knife. Oh my god. Here we have from Machine God Ur. It's about to get angry in here. Ooh. I really like the posing that you've done on these joints. Ooh, it's so natural. I love the way the hips are slightly downturned. This is one of the best pose jobs on reverse jointed legs I have seen in a long time. It definitely has that mech assault feel. I think very much on purpose. I love the way the knee joint here is kind of pointed in towards the center line, raised up, the toes are drooping down. This whole leg here is sort of canted outward, being made up for in the ankle here. Oh, this is nice. This is a very, very natural pose for this style of leg. Walter's Workshop likes it too. Walter's Workshop, how you doing, man? You just sneaking in? You just sneaking in, buddy? I see you. I see you. Yeah, it looks like it was pulled straight from the Vulture in MechWarrior 4's intro. Yeah, it is like... I can see this thing moving. In this still, I can see it moving. It reminds me very much, like, even the way the torso is tilted, like, it reminds me of watching in the, like, playing Nightcrawlers. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, Walter's Workshop, but when you play Nightcrawlers, you should use blankets, right? Like the AT-ST moving in Return of the Jedi. When you see it moving, like how its hips come up and like its torso tilts off to the side and then it corrects to one direction and it drags the toe behind it while the knee kind of points in towards the center line. Like, it's a complex series of movements that we don't think about all that much because we, don't have reverse jointed legs. But this little bit of extra effort that has gone into the posing makes this whole thing look so much more badass. Gorgeous. Gorgeous work, Machine God. Alright, let's come down. Always, you're right, they could be the dirt! You could use them as like a force field or like a sort of a roving base. Now we're thinking. Here we have from the Happy Heretic, changing my Storm Report entry to my first ever bust. Really stoked with how this dragon came out. Even more stoked that it was a 3D print from my very own printer. I somehow managed to highlight the spines just right to where they look like ice. Painted 100% with oils. Ooh. Oh, this is nice. This is very nice. A really, really subtle effect on it, too. I really like how these back spines came out. I'm very much drawn to the tongue. Looks like we got some dioxazine purple going on in here. And then what almost like a phthalo green in here for the eye. Subtle touches. But the fact that the highlights are mostly drawn out on these spikes on the back of the jaw, on the back of the neck, and then for the teeth. Very effective. This is gorgeous. Really, really nicely done. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that either, Sumitha. I would love to see this guy head on, rather than just from the side. Happy Heretic, wonderfully done. Wonderfully done. Here we have from Negative Charisma. I do apologize, by the way, if I'm going to try not to linger on anybody too much tonight, because we do have a lot to get through. Negative Charisma streamed and worked on this a bit tonight, still trying to figure out how I want things to look. Ooh, that's so lovely and vibrant, though. The fact that you're working up from black primer, you're just such an absolute masochist. I love this yellow. Look at the heavy contrast through this yellow. The transition all the way into that dark brown. This is something I need to work on more myself when I'm doing these very particular paint schemes. Love the texturing across the cloak. Really, really dig the gradient here. And the face. So much character. So much character in the face. I love the sort of light sheen off of the beak. And then the big, soulful eyes. This is incredibly well done. Took a couple of tries to get... I would think so. If you did this on your first try, I'd be like a little resentful. Not like a lot. Like a little resentful. Lovely gradient, too, on the little brooch here, clasping the cloak. That's wonderful. Wonderful work, Negative Charisma. I cannot wait to see the rest of that coming together. Here we have from Gimishkar. Been working on my first attempt at OSL. Think I'm getting close to finish. Probably 1 or 2 more paint sessions. So, yeah, okay. We've seen this model a few times. And I love it. There's been so much work, so much imagination that's gone in on it. It's never quite come together for me. It's always a little hard to tell one part from the other. It's always a little hard to differentiate. Like, is that supposed to be skin? Is that supposed... I just want to say the blue here has done so much for the look of this figure. First of all, the OSL is really, really nicely done. Particularly the way it's reflecting off of the side of the skull there. The fact that you've deepened the shadows under the eye to really sell the light. Same thing for under the chin on the shoulder. This is lovely. This is lovely. The blue, there are so many warm colors. Almost everything on this figure is warm. And then that blue comes in and just sets everything off. It makes the red on the shoulder look so much more vibrant. Just from being near it, doesn't it? Oh, that's gorgeous. Phthalo green and zinc white. Lovely. Lovely work. Gimishkar, this is moving in absolutely the right direction. If you were to say, I'm done, this is the painted model, I would think that this looks pretty fucking fantastic. Don't kill yourself. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. But you get to judge when you're done. So I'm very curious to see what more you have to do on this really disturbingly cool figure. Oh, no pun expected. No, don't. No, someone delete that comment. Someone delete that comment before anyone else reads it. Here we have from Roland. The light box has made its return. I'm loving the blue here. I'm looking for things that pop out to me, Roland. This is fucking fantastic. Do more of this. Do more of this. I'm digging the yellow that you have identifying the left arm on these bad boys, too. Your use of contrast has really come together. Pulling out all the panel lines. The light box really does help. There's some more tweaks you can do to your photo taking, man, but this is a huge step in the right direction. This looks great. The cockpit on this Mad Cat just looks fantastic. High vis orange. It's definitely high vis. Oh, look, so we got right here on the cataphract too. The cockpit is looking particularly good. God damn, I love the thug. I just love the design of the thug. Oh man, I'm digging the two-tone green, man. Your brush control has come a long way. Ironically, what I think you need for your photo booth is brighter lights. The lights are never bright enough, it doesn't seem like. Oh, the high-vis orange works really well on the trebuchet, doesn't it? I mean, mostly because his left arm is so particular and so special. I like what you did on the longbow who doesn't have an arm, so you did the missile doors. That's a nice touch. The Thug is a mech where the name says it all. Yeah. The lighting is very yellow. You want more neutral light and more of it, and then you want to adjust your camera settings a little bit, but dude, I wouldn't worry about that right now, because you know what this is? This is just an improvement over Balanced on a Mountain Dew can. We take little steps, and the more steps we take, the closer we get to our goals. Reminds me of that one faction from Titanfall. Oh, what were the factions in Titanfall? I talk about Titanfall all the time. What are the factions? There's the IMF, the Interstellar Mining... IMC, Interstellar Mining Coalition? Yeah? And then... what are the good guys called? I think it's just the militia, right? Well, they're the militia, but the militia of something. And I can't remember what the breakaway faction is called now. Yeah, green and orange were a militia. Because, if you think about, like, BT-7274. Frontier Militia. Yeah, because he was the green with the sort of yellow details on him. I could definitely get the BT-7274 vibe out of this. Really nice work, though, Roland. Yeah, we can give you some tips. We can give you some tips on dialing this in, because you're so close to taking some really, really cool pictures, Roland. Like, this is a way, way improved. And it's just tiny steps now. Little tweaks are going to get you to taking some really good pictures that show off those paint jobs. Here we have from Vergaderung, after more than a solid month of not doing anything. Oh, God, I feel that way too much. Why do I feel like I haven't been doing anything for a solid month when I've been working for a solid month and I've created, like, 2 whole terrain sets? Why is that? You know, you think that, Roland. You should see, man, you should see how bright the lights are that are blasting into my eyeballs right now. It's, you need more light than you think. I'm just saying, what's wrong with my brain that I've been working on things this whole time and also getting the outdoor property ready for the spring? And then I'm like, oh, I haven't done anything in a month. I think I'm crazy. Okay, let's actually do this now. I worked on the jump trails for the Spider. Version 2 got the position of the footholds down pretty well, just had to make minor tweaks. Version 3 I was able to fill some of the extraneous space around the foot and finalize the jet position. And I tilted it back 12 degrees for more uppies. It's printing now, but I won't be able to get back to it until tomorrow morning because of work. This is so cool. This Spider, he is moving. He is moving. I love all the individual jets and all the motion that we have here in the plumes. This is easily your coolest work yet, Vergaderung. I dig it. Also, it looks just delicious. Forbidden candy. Ooh. God, he really does have a lot of jets on his back, doesn't he? Really well done. I can't wait to see some paint go down on this bad boy. That Spider is a move and got them lined up to each individual jet. You're a sick man. An absolutely sick man, Vergaderung, and I love it. Here we have from Magnatorius Maximus, Cyber Knight, our very own Metalcore Collectibles. Been a rough week for productivity, but I managed to finish the painting I needed to do for the Sprinters re-release. The new R3 turret, I had to break off the old plug on the R2 hull with the bulldozer blade, so I ended up moving the machine gun from the hull to the turret instead. Thus, I painted a new R2 turret as well. I like these. I like this one in particular, the one with the central triangular, like SRM6 going on. That's pretty hot. God, your designs are so damn nice. So damn nice. I'm gonna have to do some more of them in these here speed paints, because this one actually took the yellow well. It looks more orange than yellow, yes, but I will say that models like the ones that Metalcore Collectibles does, with these very chunky, very deep details, are perfect for speed paints. Absolutely perfect. It takes to it so well and separates the panel lines so clearly. On models with softer details, it's not going to work as well as it does on these ones you can get from MCC. And guys, don't forget to... oh, you already did it. You already did it, Sumitha. You can go ahead and click that link there. Head on over to Metalcore Collectibles. Check out what Cyber Knight has on offer. Absolutely amazing stuff, particularly if you've been following along with Operation Lancaster. Here we have from Wheezy. I painted a full company of new-built pirates in exactly a week. I could probably do some more fine detailing, but for a speed paint, I'm quite happy. These are a bit more colorful than my Black Knight, and I think it works. Decals are still incoming. Also, the old Battle Droids Marauder scales perfectly with the new minis, but the lack of detail makes it boring to paint. Man, oh man, you are not kidding. You just went right to town once you got that tester done, huh? God, I love that yellow-green we have for the cockpit here on the Rifleman. Shows up really well on the Archer, too. Same for the Shadowhawk. Surprisingly. Even the Centurion. That's such a great choice of color because it just kabam! It just pops right out at you. We're gonna need some. We're gonna need some breakdowns. We're gonna need some breakdowns. This is a great-looking company overall, but Wheezy. First of all, if you haven't posted this to either Giant Stompy Robots or just Community Showcase in the Discord, please do, because I want to zoom in on this. I need to zoom in on these individual mechs and have a closer look. They look so good as a company. I need to see the details. God, you can make out the big swathe of nebula across them. It does scale pretty well with it, but yeah, it's like he's in this like weird little super narrow pose. Damn. And in just a week? That practice clearly paid off, Wheezy. Here we have from Sumitha, Operation Lancaster, Thunderhead Studio exclusive preview. Yes, even though Operation Lancaster has been released, that doesn't mean all work has been completed. Well, of course not, Sumitha, it's you. One more additional artwork is still in progress. That of the piece by Paralysis. Yeah, that's right. Been feeling ill the last couple of days, so this update made my morning. This piece will feature Colonel Anne Lawrence, you can sort of see the sketch of her, and her companion, Akalan Dragon Corey, sitting atop the Colonel's Nugan Assault Omni-Mech with a lovely view of a valley in the mountains of Akala 3. The valley in the background will be populated with various differently colored Akalan dragons, and 2 Steel Cobra heavy aerospace fighters will be flying overhead. Anyway, onto the updated piece Paralysis showed me this morning. Yeah, the details are really coming in now, aren't they? Look at the shading on those horns. Having seen the rough blocked-in shapes and now seeing some of the depth that we're getting in the scales and the horns and the reflected lighting and the bright little eye we have there. Just gorgeous. This is going to be one hell of a piece of art. You've already got so much good art in Operation Lancaster. But you had to go and add one more, didn't you, Sumitha? You can't leave well enough alone. You've got to just do it. Note the resolution. Yeah, I mean, this is the overall piece here. And this is what we're actually seeing, is just this little teeny tiny little bit. This is damned impressive. Oh my god. 9863 by 5525? What? Are you planning to, like, print a full wall poster of this? I mean, I guess you may be. Holy crap. Yeah, and 300 DPI. No shit. Oh, one of 2 posts. Oh, he is. Oh, okay. I was kidding, but that's absolutely what's happening. Here we have from Square, did another unit of Centurions for Revelations. Gonna have a lot of print work since falling on my face, holding my carrying box, reduced my Warmax to chunky shrapnel. Oh no! Oh, reduce them to chunky shrapnel, but we will rebuild. I guess that's the nice thing about 3D printing all the models that you have for a game. You just make another one. These guys are very small. Like, I wish that... I guess the tufts might scale this for some people, but these are like the small tufts. These guys are teeny tiny. But they have taken this paint scheme really quite well. Good looking prints of them, for that matter. They're small enough that getting the detail of the chevron on the chest and the little fouled plate here, like, this is really difficult to do. And I do kind of wish that in the original sculpt they had made these little crotch flags, which we still haven't come up with a name for, a little bit thicker, because I had a few of them snap off like this too. But, the more minis that he releases, the better they'll be. Voxel Forge, this is from a game... Now you have Rec Marker. There you go, to Square. Thinking positively. This is for a game called Revelation Skirmish, from White Light Media, run by Rick Graham. It is a fully 3D printable, as in you buy the STLs and print your stuff yourself if you want to. Tabletop wargame in 10 to 12 millimeter. That is actually really quite good. I was very impressed at the rules for it and how it runs. There's like a nice rock, paper, scissors relationship between mechs, tanks, and infantry, wherein mechs are mobile and flexible with medium to heavy weaponry. Tanks are less mobile but have really heavy weaponry and can fire more often. And then infantry are obviously really light and flexible, and they can also overwhelm mechs. They can like crawl over them and pry the pilot's compartment open and pull them out of there. It's got a good relationship between the different types of unit. And I'm gonna be getting on the phone with Rick here in the near future. We've been kind of talking about Revelations and where it's going and what new files it needs to have added. Here we have from Carbonic Acid. Finally got time to hobby. Finished another list of 2nd MAC units, all Rainy River Designs paint and flock. Let's have a look. Oh, that's lovely. Oh my god, that blue? That's gorgeous. I love the, oh my god. I wish that the orange came up just a little bit higher. I wish that it was just a little brighter because the contrast is gorgeous. I mean, these look good, don't get me wrong. It's just when I see a paint job this good and I see like that one thing, that one tiny thing that's like, oh, if you just had a little bit of, it would just go kapow. Yeah. Coming in with some yellow. Just for the center. Don't even do anything complex. Just a little yellow glow in the center of the orange panels would set off the whole paint job so well. I mean, it's already beautiful. Yeah, the cataphract, you lose the cockpit, and I think that is, you know, they're tiny little pieces. They're tiny little bits. I think that the Crusader would benefit from it, just that little dot. The Raven looks better because it has more. The cataphract needs a little something to draw that focal point. But the blue and the green is just, oof, wonderful. I love the teal that we have on our little mans here, too. I almost wish that we were seeing some more of this blue, this really bright, vibrant blue on these guys. We got a little bit of it. A little bit more would go a long way. I'm talking tiny tweaks. Tiny tweaks. You don't need to make big changes. But man, yeah, if you get in there and brighten up that orange, it's gonna affect the whole paint job. Here we have from the Cookie Mama. What do you do when your computer's broken? Me, I bring out the watercolor. Painted with beginner watercolors and a little bit of gouache. Is that how that's pronounced? I don't know. On watercolor paper. Oh my. Is that Senior Card Gauge? He's a pretty cool dude. He's that kind of cool where he's so cool you don't even know he's cool, you know? He's that kind of cool where he's like always just sort of coming out of bushes like right when you're walking by, you know? And he's got like a plastic bag and you're not really sure what's in it. G-Wash. G-Wash? Gouache? I didn't think it was ghost because that means something entirely different. That's an adjective. Gouache. Thank you. I have been mildly educated. I don't know why I'm getting Senior Card Gauge vibes off of this guy. I like the eyes. The eyes have come together really nicely. We've seen a little bit of watercolor lately. It's not a medium that I really have a great understanding of. Either way. Computer goes down and the creativity comes out. Cookie Mama, very, very nicely done. Here we have from Lore Friendly. Given how life snuck up on me on Friday, glad I got any progress. It'll do that. It'll sneak up behind you, just bash you right over the head. Oh, but that's all the red slopped onto the first brick of 18. Just need to take my ivory and touch up the mess. Add the black comic book lining and do the bases. Those should all be a lot faster. So far, I'm ahead in terms of getting ready for Nova. On the other hand, I've also started these last month, so no rest for the wicked just yet. Oh man, they're looking good, though. Oh, they're looking good, though. And, you know, we were just talking about the purpose of heraldry and choosing colors. And I would like to point out, like, this is an army that's going to stand out. If you're worried about, did I do the right itty-bitty little effects? Oh, does the texture look realistic? Like, put that golden demon shit, that crystal sword shit, just out of your fucking head. Because paint schemes like this stand out. And, I mean, you determine what your priorities are for your paint schemes. Don't let me tell you what they are. But if what you want is something that's going to be striking, this is the kind of paint job you're looking for. This is like White Scar's Necrons edition, and I'm totally digging it. I'm absolutely here for it. The black lining is going to go a long way. The basing is going to help too. This is gorgeous. This is fucking gorgeous. I can't wait to see. You're going to have to get some pictures. I mean, imagine when these big nasty bastards start getting added into the mix and you've got them looming over the rest of them with the red carapace and everything. It's gonna look fucking great. I'm very excited. A good way to make your army, be known and recognized. Fucking gorgeous work, lore friendly. Here we have from Mr. Altier. Woke up today and ended up cleaning my workspace, decided to do the maintenance on my Sotar 2020. Afterwards, I moved on to do a little more work on this guy. Safe to say, I'm getting there slowly but surely. Hey, slow and steady. I ended buying the Lehman Russ accessory sprue, which you can see was definitely worth it. Ended up, rather. Still need to buy some pigment powders and do some more weathering, but if you see anything else that might need to be done, let me know. I'm digging this. This is nice. Oh my god, shit, why am I forgetting the name? Why am I forgetting the name that baggage has when you tie it to the top of a tank? It's a very particular word. It's right on the tip of my tongue. I've used it many times. Stowage, thank you. Yeah, I knew it was like a stupid, simple word, and I was just like, all the military history just drained out of my fucking ear. This is pretty cool. This is neat. The logs draped over the side like an extra piece of armor. We have that on both of the sponsons. The little splash of blue for the plasma sponsons is a necessary bit of color, I think, in Fury. This is looking pretty good. This is looking pretty great, Altier. Very creative, very interesting, and fully magnetized. You're sick. You're a sick man. I love it. I love it. You have so many cool ideas, Altier. That creativity, man, that's why I'm here. Keep on bringing it. Here we have from Sphere, dusting off the infinity armies I have, started on this nomad Started on this nomad Bit of a pain, forgot how tiny the details are on these minis. Infinity minis are very detailed. They're intimidating. Yeah, thank you, Kaylee. They're intimidatingly detailed. I maintain if they start producing, like, I know they're probably just going to keep going in metal for a good long time. Look, I already went in on a metal game recently, okay? I went in on Warcaster, and I like Warcaster. I can't bring myself to do it again. If they can move over to primarily Siocast, I will get in on some Infinity. I fucking love this hair. Look at that. That's awesome. The contrast of this bright orange and then kablam, the green hair, that's so cool looking. The hatch actually works and flips and closes. Oh, you made a working hinge. You crazy man. I wonder what the base is going to be. Every time I see a mini that's this vibrant, and nice work on the weapon too, this looks really good. Every time I see a mini that's this vibrant, I always wonder what the base is going to be, because this is going to have a huge impact on how these colors are seen. I'm hoping for something blue, maybe some green. There needs to be some green down here. I feel like just to balance this out. This focal point on top of the head. Create one on top and one on bottom, you know? Yellow could work too, Vergata. I'm curious either way. Here we have from Punexpected, struggle busting through this green OSL on red skin. Onibi by Nuts Planet. That's the name of a producer? Okay. Started it at Adepticon for a class and hoping to finish it this week. We'll top it off with some freehand on the kimono. That's pretty nice. So you're still working on the green OSL. I think that what's really going to sell it is where your highlights, where your reflectivity points are here on the face. Because it's in such deep shadow, and I love how it has the little bit of the red in the eyes. Always such such incredibly vibrant color. Yeah, I guess that's the problem. Because it's red skin and green light, and that's... yeah. All I can say, pun expected, is that this is a self-own. This is a self-inflicted wound. You have no one to blame but yourself for choosing to do green reflections on red skin. Oops. I'll tell you, I'm very curious how you're ultimately going to solve the problem. I'm going to contribute nothing to your plight, because I'm staring at this going, I don't know what the fuck I would do. I don't mean to take pleasure from your suffering, pun expected. I just do. Here we have from Sumitha. So yeah, about the size of that art piece by Pyralis. Well, here's a kicker for you. The full cover art piece by Alan Blackwell for Operation Lancaster is 18,643 by 6,375. I remember you told me this before. So yeah, only about twice as wide. Yeah, you're gonna put that on the side of a fucking, like a box van, aren't you? Anyway, random, yes. Funny, also yes. After all, them's the rules. Oh, this is the Robin Hood that I watched constantly as a child. I steal from the rich to give to the needy because I'm Robin Hood. Oh my. Thank you, Sir Robin. With this, I'm no longer needy. Wait, what? Yes, in fact, I'm practically rich. He is compelled. He is compelled. I love this version of Robin Hood. I don't know if it's because it's actually good or just because I watched it constantly on VHS as a child. What's the difference? What's the difference? If I never go back and look, I'll never know. Therapy Thursday / Setup Sunday Double Dragon Tasty Treat Edition coming in from White Wolf. Couldn't resist the slight alliteration. I mean, I approve. I love alliterations. They're in the combination with silliness. I've been tuning the printer to do various things, and even got the panels on. For the record, it tends to easily hit 66.6 inside the enclosure. Ugh, the temperature of the beast. Anyways, one thing I've wanted to do for a while is get back into printing resin regularly, but the fumes the Mars 2 Pro puts out in the living room are due to its design cause issues for the hubby. The Pro has the activated carbon filter in it, doesn't it? Does that not help? I don't know. It might not. Well, what's on the plate now is there to help against such. Not everything on the plate is the Nevermore resin, but we'll just ignore the PTFE tube guides and the replacement corner clip. It's a proper recirculating carbon filtration unit, so assuming this fits the Mars 2 Pro, it's a case of some disassembling the lower half of said resin printer a bit, remove the stock useless filtration, okay, so apparently not, wire in the new fan, seal up the holes between the upper and lower halves, and then, well, it should do wonders. Why Therapy Thursday as well? I asked for a few tools for my birthday from Dad, and DigiKeys already sent me info regarding the order. My iFixit Mako driver kit will be in my greedy paws in a few days. Sorry, no actual dragon being printed. The hubby has put in a request for another one in Sparkle ABS. Look at those printer parts, holy shit! They're not the most exciting to look at, getting printed, admittedly, but it is cool, and I'll be interested to see that actually installed in the Mars 2. And I'm glad that your printer is running so damn smoothly, White Wolf. As soon as you start having problems with it, you're like, it's under extrude and I can't figure out why. I am gonna laugh so much. Not in like a mean-spirited way. Just in more of a, like, my printer can't get anywhere close to the precision of yours, and I need to feel better about myself kind of way. I hope you understand. Here we have from Mike, the Shiny Mew, a blood angel that took a while to do. What I was going for was a grungy scene combat look, and now he's standing atop the spoils of war. I may end up going a little less ham on the wash next time around. It's a nice deep red. Yeah, Mike, we're gonna have to give you some tips on taking photos. Just because there are a few things you could do to make it easier for us to see. It is a nice deep red. I'm loving the kind of coppery gold that you've chosen. You have it both on the base and on the trim, which actually balances out pretty nicely. Bolter's looking good. I don't know if you should lighten up on the wash. Maybe pin wash it a little bit more. I would maybe have to see it before and after. I'll tell you though, when I was getting started with 40K, I would be very, very happy to put down some Blood Angels that look this good, with this deep of a red. Far more often than not, my first red Space Marines came out looking like pink or orange. Yeah. So, if I were to pick a technique, and that's right on, Sumitha, if I was going to pick a technique for you to practice to move forward with your painting. And I think I might have said this before, Mike, so forgive me if I did. Dry brushing, my friend. Dry brushing. Because if you bring that red up higher, if you dry brush that red up higher before you apply the wash, you're going to find that it darkens the high points a lot less. If your wash is primarily going down into the crevices and then pushing the contrast between the flat surfaces and the deep parts, because that way you can get a focal point like right in the middle of the helmet. You know, you want this to be brighter, you want this to be brighter, you want this to be brighter, tops of the knees, stuff like that. Yeah, post-wash. You can do it pre or post, really. Damn it, Gimmish Car. No, don't. I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong, but that's not helpful advice right now. Oh, Paradox, absolutely. I'm glad that helped, man. I saw it and I was like, yeah, that sounds like a pretty familiar issue. L Fire Spray, welcome in. Good to see ya. It looks like you had fun at Adepticon. I was really, really digging the Instagram stories. All in all, that's a pretty nice job. That's a pretty nice job, Mike. I'll tell you what. Keep this guy the way that he is. I know that I'm saying, like, you could do this, you could do that, you could dry brush, you could... No. Don't go back and work on this guy. I always advise, focus on just doing a little bit better on the next one. Focus on applying new techniques to the next one. I'm going to say the two things that I want you to work on if you feel like it. First of all, dry brushing. Dry brushing is an incredibly powerful technique. It has a really, really low skill really low skill floor and a high skill ceiling, meaning it's easy to pick up, hard to master. But it's so rich. It can give your paint jobs so much detail and contrast. We can talk a little bit about washes, about how to do pin washes, and about how to thin them more if you're having problems with them pooling on surfaces. And then photography. Because we need more light on the Mini to get a good view of what we're really dealing with. Taking pictures of Minis is a skill unto itself. It is something that you never expect to be as difficult as it actually is before you really start trying to do it. But I'll tell you, this is a good place to learn, Mike, and I'm looking forward to seeing some more Blood Angels out of you. Here we have from White Wolf again, 3D printer go brrr. Don't recall if I posted a full pic on the printer itself with it printing and all that. No idea why my phone keeps making the screen out as red when it's set to orange, but whatever. Playfully, may not be a Prusa, but it's definitely orange and sparkly because of sparkle ABS. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That would result in the sparkling. It's a good-looking machine. The orange and black is undeniably an attractive combo. So much going on. Oh my god. I'm like for as much 3D printing as I do, I'm such like a printer peasant. It's ridiculous. God, my inadequacy is just flaring up. Here we have from Rio Hassenpfeffer. Wait, what's going on here? Wait a second. God damn it, Rio. This is negative, isn't it? Yep, yeah, it is. This is a negative. All the colors are reversed, Zumatha. He did this on black paper. You can see it right there. Black paper. And, just think about it for a second. Just look at it and think about it for a second. Something has to be done. We can't just keep letting this happen. Rio must be stopped. I'm over here trying to feel good about my paint jobs. He didn't, Drakari. This is in reverse. Let's take a look at the original. This is what it looks like. This is a normal picture. I don't know. What can be done? Ultimately. Learned a new technique for that? Of course you did. The technique of humiliating like 30 people across the world simultaneously. Here we have from Whirlin97. I was intending to post a new Battlemaster, but it seems to have followed the other Thunderhead Battlemasters and lost its arms. Yeah, the elbows are the weakest point on this Battlemaster. It's something that I need to address. I moved past it and I'm into other projects, but I do need to come back and strengthen the shoulder joints and the elbows. And I am terribly sorry for the the broken off arms. I mean, the good news is you can probably okay, technically yes, the weakest points are the antenna, and I need to take the antenna mohawk and make that a separate piece so that you can print it separately and then glue it in and remove it if it breaks. I love the antennas on it though. The sort of like grasshopper antennas sticking forward, I always think they look so cool. I mean, you know, you can probably glue the arms back on, but it's absolutely true that I need to bulk those up. Oh, so you're just gonna have to be satisfied with this homemade pad thai. You know, if I wasn't sitting here right now smelling dinner being cooked out there, I'd be a little angry. Because this does look delicious. Ooh, look at the bean sprouts. Some nice fresh green onions going on. Oof, I do love a nice bowl of pad thai. Maybe make them triangular. I could. That's not a bad idea, honestly, Time Stop. Just a list of shit in my files, little things that I need to fix that I could sort of refer to, because I forget to write it down, and I'm always like, I get free time, and I'm like, oh, the next project. Oh, let's build a whole new terrain set. When what I should do is take a break, come back, and fix some mistakes. I'd be lying if I said that every time I look at this, I feel like, on some level, I'm always like, it's a free file. It's not a good way to think about it. It is, yes, Dabber Raccoon, the forbidden candy. Alright. Since I'm back for the moment from Mass Effect, White Wolf again. Yes, I'm finally playing it as someone gifted me the Legendary Edition. Just play the first and second, pretend the third didn't happen. I could post a photo of the potato soup that's in the crock pot, but that doesn't seem quite right. Actually, I do love a good potato soup. So instead I'll use my last submission to make Thunderhead say, honey, I'm home. Ooh. Damn. Are these just renders, or are these shots of an actual one of these Sasabi models? Look at all these decals. Holy moly. And this is the extra accessory pack, I'm assuming? We've been talking about this for a little while. That's gonna look nice. That's gonna look nice. Like, this mobile suit you've been working on already looks gorgeous. But with the extra parts, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ha 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 ha! Sumatha, take that! I guess. I'm not really... Okay. Once that you know of. Here we have from Automat Americana. Now, to the pain fest that is mech legs. They are a bit of a pain. Trying to make them look like they can walk, hold up their own weight, not have any clipping in the process is a hell of a thing. I'm gonna tell you right now, forget that last part. Automat, forget that last part, dude. Egregious clipping, okay. A little bit of clipping, let it go. It really doesn't fucking matter. In other news, I'm back to experiments in barcraft. This time tequila, Kahlua, and a shot of espresso. That sounds like that'll wake me up and put me to sleep all at the same time. The ratios still need work, but I literally had to come down from being able to smell the cosmos before joining the stream. Are you sure? It wasn't like a little hallucinogen in there? You didn't mash up some mysterious mushrooms? That doesn't sound like what Kahlua would normally do to me. Although, I mean, the leg's looking good so far. The joints are tricky, though. And I'm telling you, man, don't worry about the clipping. In fact, some clipping is good. Some clipping can just add structural integrity to the mech. Remember that when you're posing the legs. If you can clip the hips or the thighs into the hips a little bit, all you're doing is adding structure to the final piece. It doesn't have to actually work. It is just mini, my friend. I do understand the sort of engineering bug where you want it to all be just right, but sometimes just right is a little bit wrong. Here we have from Kursala. Got some test prints of the oh my god, I'm gonna forget how to pronounce it again. Makira? Makinono? Help me out. I'm so sorry. Kursala. And the Copus right today. Oh, then went and started painting them. Haven't finished the Copus yet, but did manage to get them just about done. Done using one of our stains as the base coat, followed by dry brushing on some wind chimes and green mica flakes with Shadow Skull for the lines. This is the 4th one I've done in this scheme, but I changed up the base tone, and he definitely looks the best. This is a good-looking print. This is a good-looking machine. I mean, from concept to finished product, I love the detail on this guy. He's chunkier than a lot of your earlier designs. Makaira, thank you. I mean, legs clipping through the torso and crap like that. I mean, I'm just saying, a little clipping. A little clipping's okay. This really is a good-looking mech. It's just got a great profile to it. Let's see the painted one. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's neat. I like his splayed toes on this version. The other one has more close together toes, the kind of knockoff version with the more blocky legs, yeah? And that's the Mad Cat Rakshasa paradox. This looks really nice. I'm beginning to really enjoy the sort of recognizable elements between your designs. It makes them all seem like they're built by the same person. How about that? Yeah, dick legs, sure. Why not? So much detail, right, Paradox? Lovely, lovely looking prints and overall design. Here we have our POW Rogue Ribbit. Oh my god. Is this a slot? It's a slod, isn't it? It took me a second. I was like, wait a second, what could this? And then I remember the Illithid, and then I'm looking at him, I'm like, oh, the little ridges and the that's a slod. That's fucking awesome. Oh my god. Look at him. With his little teeth. He looks like he's reached. It looks like him and another slod are coming out of a bar, you know, like 2 a.m. It's last call, and he's got his arm around him, and he's just like, man, I know that we don't always get along, but I fucking love you, man. I don't say it enough, but I love you, man. That's what I'm getting from this. Maybe he's saying it to the Illithid. That could be. Like if I imagine him crouching right here, and the Illithid he's annoyed. He doesn't even know where the slod got all that ale. Really nice work on the sort of shearling textured collar that you have here. I love the eyebrows. The face is so expressive. Very cool. Yeah. Explaining his point of view to the guy he about to eat, right? Really awesome work, POW Rogue. You did that fast, too. Here we have from Kaylee. This is what I've been working on during the stream. It is a work in progress on a color scheme for some traditional humans in a fantasy setting, again at 10mm. Tried really hard to get a decent picture, but for some reason everything was way too bright. This was the best I could get. Comments, suggestions, and critiques welcome. My biggest struggle was trying to break up the metal armor so it wasn't just a massive block of metallic paint, so I used different colors of wash on the armor and weapons to sort of break it up a bit. Hopefully it's visible. Decided that for the rest of the army I'm going to swap the wash colors using blue in the armor, soft tone on the weapons instead. This is where we get to the point where adjusting your camera settings in the advanced mode can be helpful. If you drop your ISO down a little bit, and you could even boost your contrast, it will help with that brightness. Instead of being washed out, the extra light will actually just help the details show more and kind of darken the background. It actually came out pretty good. I like the slightly brownish tone to the armor. Makes it seem used, maybe a little bit oiled. I'm digging the yellow. I feel like some blacks in here wouldn't hurt. The yellow is giving me a very like Holy Roman Empire vibe, and I feel like yellow and black would be a good combination. Really nice job on. They're tiny. They're teeny tiny, but I'm still reading the details of the armor very well. I think the wash, particularly like on these layered folds, this came together well. You could always come in, like, because I see this, like, this is probably just a linen butt. Like, this isn't an armor plate. This would be this dude's braise, this dude's underwear. Come in there and do a little linen color, you know? Like, same here. I feel like this would be this dude's linen-clad ass, as opposed to this guy who actually has armor over it. Armoring the butt is difficult. You wouldn't expect it. Is the lead soldier female? Yeah, it looks like it's a chick, doesn't it? I mean, she got the boob plate and then the sallet. I love this guy with his little Eisenhut. Very cool. Yellow and black is the event. Okay, yeah. Because I think black would go really well with it. All in all, this is really good work, Kaylee. I don't paint many things at this scale, and the few times that I have, they haven't looked this good. Very nicely done. Very nicely done, Kaylee, and thank you for sharing. I'm glad that you were getting some work done during the stream. That's always a good feeling. No, that's not a good transition. I gotta think on my feet a lot, and I come up with transitions just on the spot, and right there I was like, but not as good a feeling as ending the show. But that's like such a shitty thing to say. It's not even true. It's not even true. Guys, we're just at the end of the Storm Report, and, you know, somewhat regrettably, at the end of the stream. A little look under the hood there. To the indecision of my improvisation. Let's have a look at who is doing what on Twitch tonight. I feel sure there's somebody out there painting. Oh, Teal Security. We haven't raided Teal Security in a little while, have we? Let's do that. Let's get that going. I love Teal Security. He's such a great dude. Let's get it going. Bang, bang, boom. There it goes. Folks, I know a lot of you are probably planning on turning in for the night. It is a bit late. If you are not already following Teal Security, I would ask you to stick around for just a couple minutes. Go with the raid. Check out his stream. Even if you're not going to stick around for a while, just check out the stream. See if it's your kind of vibe. Consider dropping him a follow. Remember, follows are free. And they're absolutely the lifeblood of Twitch. That and lurkers. Yeah, he was at Adepticon. So he's just getting back and just starting up. I'm very curious to hear what his experience there was. But you won't have to wait that long to come back to this stream, because we're going to be back Tuesday, April the 5th. We're going to continue on with what we were doing tonight. I'm going to be doing these Forge Fathers, because this actually came out really nice. I think we can refine and perfect this painting method and do a bunch of them all at once. That's my plan. Also, it's Riot Sister's birthday on Tuesday. We're going to do something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Thursday, the 7th, we'll be doing 3D sculpting and or modeling, working on some bases, also right here. And then Sunday, the 10th, we'll be back to painting. I'm about to run out of time. What did I do with all my time? Oh my god. Mike, I talked about your stuff. If you go back and watch the VOD, you can see it, man. I love the Blood Angel. There's stuff you can do to improve. And we're going to get you there. I'm gonna send you off now. I'm so sorry. Thank you, as always, to my amazing mod team and every words. Okay, I'll see you later. Shit.